Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to wherever you are today. This is Jem Torla from the Philippine Department of Tourism, welcoming you all to the UN World Tourism Organization Asia-Pacific Workshop on measuring the sustainability of tourism. And we are delighted to have every one of you today as we continue to discover and at the same time do this framework as our road to recovery for tourism. And with that, I am very pleased to start our program. But before that, I'd like to remind everyone, just like our announcement in the Zoom chat box, if you could rename your respective Zoom profile so that we can acknowledge you later on for our photo opportunity. Thank you very much. So today, we are very privileged to have with us experts who will join us in each panel and that they would give their insights on our topics for this day. So to start off our program, it's my honor to introduce to you the Director for the Regional Department for Asia and the Pacific of the UNWTO, all the way live from Madrid, Spain. Let's all welcome for his opening remarks, Mr. Harry Wong. A very early morning to you, sir.
Thank you, dear Jem. Your Excellency, Ms. Bernadette Romala Puya, the Secretary of the Department of Tourism of the Philippines, and Honorable Ms. Lee Jung-eun, the Director of the International Tourism Division, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of the Republic of Korea, and distinguished colleague and dear friend. And the first and foremost, on behalf of the World Tourism Organization, I would like to extend a very warm welcome you all to the first UNWTO Asia and Pacific Workshop on measuring the sustainability of tourism. And this workshop is jointly organized by UNWTO and the Department of Tourism of the Philippines with a gracious support from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of the Republic of Korea. And we at the UNWTO are still working from home. And now, Jen, as mentioned, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. But as you fully aware, and most of our program and activity at UNWTO have been implemented through online. And there are huge the time differences between UNWTO headquarters and the 29 Asia and Pacific member states, ranging from 7 hours in the case of ASEAN member, and to even 12 hours when it comes to Samoa in the Pacific Island. So because of this critical challenge that we are now readjusting our online activities to be gradually changed from the completely online to a hybrid format, and also being organized in our esteemed member state in order for us to serve our members more and better. So with that, I'm extremely grateful to our DOT friend in the Philippines for not only leading this important agenda on MST, but co-organizing this timely workshop by Big and Jam together with UNWTO's Statistics Department, which is led by my dear colleague, Clara Van der Poel and Lindley, as well as Unji and Benjamin at the IDAP. And I'm very pleased to inform you that despite the ongoing challenges the international tourism community is facing, we have more than 80 participants from 29 countries, including 23 members from Asia and the Pacific. With that said, my most sincere thanks to all participants and as well as prominent speakers for joining us today to exchange ideas on a subject of such universal significance, measuring the sustainability in tourism. Travel and tourism is widely understood to be a catalyst for sustainable development, and sustainable tourism is increasingly relevant in national agenda for its critical role in fostering economic growth and social inclusiveness and protection of culture and natural assets. So with the aim to improve the tourism statistic in sustainability, and UNWTO has been involved in a range of projects and programs to support the development of sustainable tourism, especially in the context of developing guidance for tourism planners and policymakers. So considering the current situation of the tourism sector and ongoing the global COVID-19 pandemic and restarting tourism, sustainable tourism has been widely discussed in a different international fora. For this approach, it is essential for our destination to be able to properly measure the sustainability of tourism for monitoring the relevant policies. So with that said, the very technical workshop of today is a great platform which gives all the participants the opportunity to review and study the statistical framework of MST. And thanks to the technical contribution from the statistic department at UNWTO, and UNWTO hired consultant Carl Alves and Mark Lound, and the participant will be reminded of the main concept and definition of sustainability in tourism, and to hold interactive discussion focusing on the strategies of strengthening the data support for the compilation of MST indicator. And I firmly believe the lesson that we are going to draw from the discussion with each our knowledge will enrich our knowledge on MST and help us to take concrete steps to further develop MST and to use MST indicator for policy development and management and promotion of tourism. So once again, I thank you all for being with us today out of your busy schedule in this very challenging time. And I wish you all a very productive, inspiring, and rewarding workshop. And thank you very much, Jem.
Thank you very much, Sir Harry, and to the UNWTO, especially to the Regional Department for Asia and the Pacific, for continuously promoting sustainability within our region, and also for paving the way for us to continuously learn and recover from what we have experienced last year. Thank you very much, Sir Harry. And also for joining us live early morning in Madrid. Thank you very much. From Madrid, Spain, now we will proceed to Korea. Let's all welcome this recorded message from Ms. Jungun Lee, the Director of the International Tourism Division of the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism.
Fellow officials responsible for tourism policy and tourism expert in the UNWTO region of the Asia-Pacific and South Asia, it's a pleasure to greet you through this video message for today's workshop on measuring the sustainability of tourism. In 2006, the Republic of Korea established the Korea UNWTO Activity Fund to strengthen cooperation with the UNWTO and to contribute to the promotion of tourism in the Asia-Pacific region. I find it very meaningful that as part of this year's cooperation activity, we'll be having a workshop under the theme of measuring sustainability of tourism. Distinguished delegates, the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism was announced at the 2021 UN Climate Change Conference, COP26 November. More than 300 tourism stakeholders have become signatories to this document, which pledges to halve carbon emissions in the tourism sector by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. Korea has also announced the enactment of the Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality in September this year as a means to act on net zero, especially since how to accurately measure and analyze data on the tourism sector's sustainability is emerging as a topic of critical importance. Korea is making policy efforts in many aspects. Research activities are being conducted to estimate carbon emissions in the domestic tourism sector and to establish a carbon neutral policy framework for tourism. I believe Korea and many countries present here today share the same goals. We all aim to build a more resilient and safe tourism industry by placing sustainability as a policy priority throughout the national tourism policy agenda. Also, we try to respond to crises effectively and enhance resilience from various external influences. Distinguished delegates, while experiencing this unprecedented crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have realized that there are no borders when it comes to facing a global crisis. At the same time, there are no borders in response to and cooperation on combating this crisis. To achieve sustainable tourism development that is not disrupted by a crisis, we, as a global community, must share each other's experience and technology. I hope that today's workshop will further strengthen our joint commitment for sustainable tourism development. And also, I believe that the tourism industry will be able to drive sustainable growth around the world by exploring innovative ideas, setting bold challenges, and maintaining inclusive leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Lee. And of course, to our friends from the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism of Korea for always paving the way for this technical assistance in partnership with the UNWTO. And thank you for sponsoring our workshop this day. And as of the moment, from Korea all the way to Manila, Philippines, it's an honor for me to introduce to you our Secretary of the Philippine Department of Tourism, Her Excellency Bernadette Romulo Puyat, for her remarks.
His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pululokashvili, Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization, Mr. Harry Wang, Director of the Regional Department for Asia and the Pacific, officials and experts from the UNWTO, officials and representatives from the UNWTO Asia-Pacific member states, officials and representatives from the Philippine Statistics Authority, and dear colleagues from the Philippine Department of Tourism. Good morning and welcome to the UNWTO Asia-Pacific Workshop on Measuring the Sustainability of Tourism, co-organized by the Philippine Department of Tourism. Sustainable tourism has always been an integral part of the Philippines' thrust in its pursuit of tourism development. Defined by the UN Environment Program and UNWTO, sustainable tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host communities. We are here today holding true to this definition by seeking a feasible and meaningful way to take into full account the impact of our sector. In 2017, we hosted the 6th UNWTO International Conference on Tourism Statistics here in Manila with the theme Measuring the Sustainability of Tourism, which kicked off the program we now know as MST. The conference produced the Manila Call for Action on Measuring Sustainable Tourism, which represents a global commitment to sustainable tourism and the need to measure it through a consistent statistical approach. It also recognized that effective sustainable tourism policies require an integrated, coherent, and robust information base. Together with the Philippine Statistics Authority, we were able to release early MST estimates for the Philippines from 2012 to 2020. It includes information on water use, energy consumption from the use of electricity, petroleum, and other fuel products, and carbon dioxide emissions from energy use for both inbound and domestic tourists. All crucial information for us to properly monitor the holistic nature of tourism. To further support our efforts and to improve the program, which involves not only the Philippines but all UNWTO member states, the UNWTO sought to expand the MST and highlight the key principles of sustainability in tourism across the Asia-Pacific through this two-day program. The workshop is designed to be a venue to build the technical capability of the Philippines and UNWTO member states in Asia and the Pacific on MST by exchanging experiences and discussing breakthroughs on the subject. The activity will concentrate on explaining the MST statistical framework as well as the broader concept of tourism sustainability, together with 3 sustainability indicators of economic, social, and environmental considerations. We believe that these steps taken by the World Tourism Organization are all lining up as we congratulate the successful pilot implementation of the UNWTO Best Tourism Villages, which recognizes developed rural tourism areas with sustainable practices. With 2 Philippine villages being recognized just in the previous week, namely Boho in Cebu as one of the 44 awarded Best Tourism Villages and Barangay Tenani in Samar as part of the upgrade program, our passion to support sustainable tourism initiatives has been renewed and reignited. Also, for the second time this year, the Philippines emerged as a winner in the competition organized by the UNWTO, this time for the Department of Tourism's ad on sustainable tourism. For us to continue into this roadmap of sustainability, we require more data, better documentation, and smarter planning, all of which boil down to an effective measurement of tourism's impacts. I eagerly hope that this opportunity to build the region's sustainability in tourism will give us all a better perspective on how to efficiently manage our respective development plans that are needed to support not only the urgent recovery from the adverse impacts of COVID-19, but also for the long-term resilience of the sector. Let us pursue an empirical approach in designing and implementing our programs through the knowledge that will be shared in this exercise. I enjoin all of you to actively participate and together make tourism a powerful engine for socio-economic growth while championing the preservation and enrichment of the environment for future generations. My sincere gratitude to everyone for being here today. May you all have a productive day ahead. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat, for continuously paving the way to lead in these types of initiatives, especially on sustainability. Now, before you move to all our sessions, I'd like to invite all our panelists, speakers, to please turn on their camera so that we can take a group photo, as this is an occasion that must be marked that we are continuously committed in ensuring sustainability within our region. So we will be assisted by our team so that we can count in our screen. All right. Okay, we're just waiting for some of our panelists to turn on their cameras. All right, are we good? Okay, in 3, 2, oh, sorry. All right, in 3, 2, 1, smile everybody. All right, one more. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you very much. Now we will proceed with our sessions as we continue to learn more about our topics this day. So to have her keynote address on the importance of measuring sustainability in tourism in the context of Sustainable Development Agenda, we have with us is the Chief of the Environmental Economic Accounts Section at the United Nations Statistics Division. She leads the Global Development and Implementation Program on the System of Environmental Economic Accounting, which focuses on mainstreaming environmental, economic, and ecosystem accounting in countries and advance the research agenda of the System of Environmental Economic Accounting. Let's all welcome Ms. Alessandra Alfieri. Good evening, Ms. Alessandra.
Good evening, good morning, early morning for some of you who joined from Europe. I'm actually quite impressed that you are able to wake up so early in the morning. I am just going to give just a brief overview of, or give more like, let's say, the context of where MST sits within the global environment and why it is quite an important initiative. I'm really pleased to speak in this workshop, and I think it is quite timely. Hopefully, with the reopening of the economies, it is quite important that a proper measure of sustainability of tourism. I'll share my screen. Put it in a presentation mode. So what I would like to speak to you about, it's a little bit on what is the need for measuring sustainability of tourism. So why do we need a statistical framework, and why all this thinking of looking beyond GDP came about? Basically, the nature and the services that it provides support almost every aspect of human well-being, including the tourism. There is a lot of tourism which is based on environment. The measurement until now has very much focused on the economic aspects of tourism. So looking, for example, at the contribution of tourism to GDP, or looking at employment in the tourism sector. But this does not really help to look at, for example, at the impact of tourism or resource use and degradation of ecosystems, or also the impact of tourism activities on social aspects. So what MSD really does is that it integrates information on tourism activities, the environment and the social aspects. And what really, in integrating this information, it shows the interrelationship and the trade-offs between taking certain decisions that have not only in terms of economic aspects, but also looking at the impact on the environmental and social aspects. So the way having this integrated framework, it really fits beyond in this going beyond GDP agenda. And this, our Secretary General, the United Nations Secretary General, has launched this common agenda in April, in which which is basically a manifesto after his re-election, and it's basically his program of work during his next terms. term. And basically what he says in the common agenda is now it is the time to correct a glaring blind spot in how we measure economic prosperity and progress. So the UN Secretary General calls for new measures that complement GDP. So this does not mean that we will replace GDP. GDP remains an important indicator for measuring the economic performance, but we need to go beyond GDP and urges member states, for example, to measure the system of environmental economic accounting, in particular the ecosystem accounting, which was just adopted. And I mean, basically, this idea of going beyond GDP encompasses also a broader measure of tourism, which goes beyond the economic aspects and which integrates all the three measures of sustainable development. So this actually being included in the common agenda is quite a big thing. There is now quite a lot of support in moving forward in these broader measures of progress. And I think that there will be an agenda moving forward on this. So where we will definitely include the measuring sustainability of tourism in this agenda. So one of the key characteristic of the MST as the SEA is really trying to integrate numerous data sources and combining information on tourism, environment, and social in an integrated framework. And this is quite a challenge and also quite important, because basically it develops a common language between different disciplines, and it tries to link all this information, sometimes using different units in physical terms and in monetary terms, to the economic information. And it's really like kind of making explicit what is the contribution of tourism or the impact on tourism on the economy and social aspects. So, and this also creating this integrated framework, which uses an accounting approach, then allows to develop a set of policy relevant indicators. And I mean, I think my colleagues, Clara and Carl and Mark Laun will speak more to the framework itself. So how does this whole work? So basically, what usually happens in many countries is that we have each agency compiling its own data system and developing to support its policy. And this happens, for example, also I imagine the case of tourism, where the tourism departments, they collect their own information and their own indicators, focusing particularly on measuring tourism, particularly on the economic side. So what we propose is really starting from this basic data is really integrated using this set of accounts, but bringing together also other information from other ministries, like the statistical offices or the Ministry of Environment. So develop kind of an interinstitutional mechanism where all this data is actually integrated to develop a set of indicators, which is consistent over time and across country. So what do we have? So we have the system of national accounts, which is the standard for compiling economic accounts from which GDP is derived. So let's say it represents really the economic pillar. Then we have the system of environmental economic accounts, which represents the environmental, which measures the environmental component and the link between the economy and the environment. And then we have here this the tourism satellite accounts, which represents the particularly elaborate from the system of national accounts the measurement of tourism activities in the economic sense. So the contribution of tourism to GDP, employment, expenditures by tourists, and so on. So now the idea is really moving beyond this economic component and integrating the TSA with the system of environmental economic accounts. And so there are, so here we have a kind of a number of subsystems in the second row. which further elaborate what the SEA, the System of Environmental Economic Accounts, related to specific area. And here we can put also within this kind of sets of publication of water, energy, also this measuring sustainability of tourism, where basically the idea is to identify information on the environment which are related to economic activities. So for example, extraction of water use or energy use or air emission and so on. So what the SEA measures, I come mostly from the System of Environmental Economic Accounts, so just to build some kind of relationship with the MST. So what do we measure there? We measure the assets, the stocks of natural resources, so timber, water, mineral and energy resources, fish, soil, and so on, and the flows that the economy uses. So in terms of extraction of water, of fish and mineral and energy resources and so on. And then we also look at how these resources are used by the economy and are returned in terms of residual back to the environment. So in terms of, for example, of air emission. And so this information is actually quite relevant in the context of the MST, because basically it looks at a particular sector of tourism and looks at all these different flows and stocks that are measured in the SEA for the particular activity of tourism. And then the new publication that we have that was just adopted in March, last March, is the ecosystem accounts, where we take an ecosystem, a spatial approach, and we measure rather than individual resources, we measure ecosystems and how the ecosystem functions. So their extent, their condition, and the services they provide. And one of the services actually is the cultural services and includes nature-based tourism, for example. So there is a lot of relationship between what we are doing in the context of the SEA that can be used for the MST. So the vision that we see here is the SEA as the MST, a really integrated framework. They use an accounting approach to integrate information on the economy, the environment, and the social aspect. And they inform different policies. So for example, even in the context of the circular economy and how can we basically reuse materials and reduce the impact on the environment. This is also quite relevant in the case of tourism. For example, in the we want to reduce the impact of tourists on the environment. On the ocean accounts, so for example, a lot of countries in the region have had experience with compiling ocean accounts, and one of the first services that they've looked at is really the impact of tourism on ocean, or the contribution of tourism of nature-based tourism to GDP. I think climate is also quite an important aspect. It's more in terms, I would say, on the impact of climate change on tourism activities, because this climate change will cause more natural resources, or there will be some beaches and some areas will have enormous impact and will have an impact on tourism. So it is something that MST and the SEA aim to measure. And of course, we have also the degradation of the land, this United Nations Convention to combat desertification. So degradation of the land may also have an impact in the reduced tourism. The Convention on Biodiversity, we measure the extent of the ecosystem as part of the indicators that are going to be adopted as part of the monitoring framework on the Convention on Biodiversity. And tourism is one of the services that this ecosystem provides. And of course, the SDG. There is a whole, in Goal 11, there are SDGs that are related to measuring sustainability of tourism. So why an MST? I think that it is quite important to make explicit the contribution of tourism and also the impact on tourism on the economy and the environment. It is important to develop a common language among the disciplines and decision makers. It is important to use in particular all this the discussion on that finance ministers, for example, can relate to, and that tourism is put at the same level as other economic activities. Standardization is also important. It is important to have comparable data and high quality data. And the standard really supports moving forward towards the high quality data. Also, it is important to catalyze collaboration. I mean, to compile MST, this is kind of a transformation with respect to TSA because it actually involves more than the statistical offices and the Department of Tourism. And it involves engaging with other ministries and sometimes also engaging businesses as well as line ministries. And then it is important to have a standardized and integrated approach for the right indicators that support several frameworks. I just wanted to leave you with this map, which is it's the status of the implementation of the system of environmental economic accounts, and I think that this is also an opportunity for the MST, for the countries that are compiling the SEEA, the extension to compile certain indicator related to measuring sustainability of tourism. It's quite doable. So what we have, we do an assessment every year, and the 2020 global assessment indicates there are about 89 countries that are compiling the SEA central framework and 34 countries that are compiling the SEA ecosystem accounts. 27 are planning to start the implementation of the SEA. So these are all countries that basically can be targeted to also start compiling the compilation of MST moving forward. And we very much look forward to continuing the close collaboration with the UNWTO in finalizing the MST and in supporting the implementation of the MST in countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alessandra, for giving us this message and especially reminding us to be mindful about our impact to tourism and to continuously promote sustainability. Thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Alessandra, from your part of the world. Thank you. Thank you for providing the insights. Now to proceed with our session 1, which is policy-oriented discussion on measuring the sustainability of tourism, we have at least 4 speakers with us who would be sharing their expertise. So for our first panelist, I'm very much delighted to introduce the Statistics Department Coordinator at the World Tourism Organization, and her work focuses on promoting tourism measurement frameworks in both statistical and policy circle. It's an honor for me to introduce to everyone Ms. Clara van der Pol. A very early morning to you, Ms. Clara.
Thank you very much, Jem. It really is a pleasure to be here with you today. Allow me to first check whether you can see my screen correctly. You can hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, and we can see your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So yes, so it has been fantastic to work together with you, with the Department of Tourism of the Philippines and the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of Korea in organizing this workshop. Now, a few years ago, we gathered in Manila, the Philippines, at an international conference convening over 1,000 ministers, chief statisticians, and other stakeholders, and we adopted the Manila Call for Action on measuring the sustainability of tourism. And so I'm really delighted to provide an overview of the importance of this international efforts, and together with the other speakers today, showcase some of the progress that has been done over these past years, much of which has in fact taken place in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, statistics, as we know, is about mobilizing the power of data to make better decisions in the interest of the public good. For example, how can we design support packages for tourism recovery if we don't know the number of tourism enterprises or how many people they employ? Statistics provides us this common ground to better understand the world around us and for different stakeholders to engage in conversation about where we want to go and how to get there. In a world that is increasingly saturated with data of all kinds, it's more important than ever to have data that we can trust. So in other words, data that we trust is a proper reflection of reality. And statistics gives us a foothold on our shared reality. It's data that's independent, impartial, and transparent, data that is methodologically sound and has been elaborated with scientific principles. And statistical outputs are elaborated with careful consideration of relevance, accuracy, timeliness, accessibility, and comparability. And statistics can come from various sources, from surveys, census, administrative data, and increasingly also from big data sources. So statistics are statistics not because of who produced them, but because of the values that they embody. So why are international organizations like the UN concerned with statistics? Well, because statistics is in essence an agreed way of measuring something. And so it's fundamentally a consensus. There are, of course, important technical considerations, but these have strategic and political implications in countries. Measuring something in one way or another affects the results. And so it's important for countries to agree so that we can compare and benchmark between countries and to other sectors. Indeed, UNWTO has a specific mandate in the area of tourism statistics, which is to collect, to analyze, to publish, to standardize, and overall to improve the statistics of tourism while promoting the integration in the sphere of the UN system. And there is clearly a need to improve the statistics of tourism to better consider sustainability. How could we do this? Well, first, by acknowledging our common reality, right? And carefully considering what it is that we want to measure. According to the internationally agreed definition endorsed by all UN countries, tourism is a social, cultural, and economic phenomenon. It has an impact on the economy, on the natural and built environment, on the local population at the places visited, and even on the visitors themselves. And sustainable tourism, as the ministry rightly pointed out earlier, is considered tourism that makes optimal use of environmental resources, respects the social cultural authenticity of host communities, and ensures economic operations and benefits to stakeholders. And so you would say that we would need statistics on these various aspects of tourism. Yet often when we look at the statistics that are largely available, we see a gap between what is needed, certainly to consider sustainability, and what is available. And having data on the broader scope of tourism, including economic, social, and environmental aspects, is now perhaps more critical than ever. The pandemic has shown us what happens when tourism is not there. Tourism came to a near standstill, people went out of work, and millions of tourism jobs and businesses are still at risk. The drop in tourism income is at times compromising nature conservation efforts, and some countries have seen a rise in practices like poaching. Before the pandemic, there was big concern about over-tourism. In some crowded city centers, for example, residents rebelled against a tourism model that didn't adequately consider their well-being. And some popular beach destinations that we have heard of closed off entirely to allow nature to recover. So tourism can provide valuable income to sustain livelihoods and protect natural and cultural sites, yet it can also lead to degradation if poorly managed. Certainly a polluted beach or a congested city center don't make for a very competitive tourism destination. And so it's clearly also in the interest of the tourism sector itself to maintain and sustain the basis for its prosperity. And the need for data on tourism sustainability has intensified with a global commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable tourism is mentioned in 3 different goals, yet there still isn't an internationally agreed framework that guides the production of relevant data and indicators and ensures international comparability. In fact, the indicator for target 8.9 on the promotion of sustainable tourism looks only at the economic part of tourism, at GDP. Yet we can all agree that this is, at best, only one part of the picture. Social and environmental aspects of tourism should also be considered. And indeed, target 12.b explicitly calls for the development of tools to monitor sustainable tourism. Now, I asked before how we can improve the statistics of tourism to better consider sustainability. And first was acknowledging our shared reality in tourism. And second is to consider the role that statistics can play in supporting policy and decision-making. To paraphrase Rademacher, a former Director General of Eurostat, data is given, statistics are produced. And he illustrates the statistical process from raw data to knowledge and decisions, as shown here on the slide. Every step to the right means a further refinement of the data to make it increasingly better fit for the purpose at hand. And standards play a crucial role in moving from raw data to basic statistics, and also in going from basic statistics to accounts and indicators. Standards provide the common language, indeed, for measuring in a way that's comparable and credible. They provide the commonly agreed concepts, definitions, and organization structures that guide the production of statistics in countries. And indicators can then be derived in order to facilitate interpretation and analysis to build knowledge and feed decisions. Now, in tourism, there are currently 2 frameworks endorsed by the UN as international standards that underpin the production of tourism statistics and accounts. And most of you will be very familiar with them. They are, of course, the International Recommendations for Tourism Statistics that focuses on measuring visitor flows and visitor characteristics, tourism expenditure, and tourism industries. And the second is the Tourism Satellite Accounts, which enables the derivation of tourism GDP, the value added of the tourism industries, and related jobs. Now, the way that statistics has evolved over time, as pointed out also by Alessandra earlier, is that many different statistical domains exist, each with their own standards and to serve their own policy area. So we have economic statistics, environmental statistics, population statistics, employment statistics, etc. And in order to consider sustainability in tourism, it's necessary to integrate the bits and pieces from each of these areas insofar as they are relevant to tourism. And this is precisely the aim of the MST framework, to provide the concepts, definitions, classifications, and structures for organizing and integrating this relevant data. And so it functions in much the same way as other statistical frameworks. It supports comparability and helps to focus efforts on the data that matters the most. And it also helps to expose synergies with existing data sets. So basically, the framework embodies the what of the measurement. It links the how, the actual data, to the why this data is being generated and for whom. In other words, the stakeholders and their data needs. And so MST entails the development of a third framework in the realm of tourism statistics. In this way, it aims to fill, at least in parts, the current gap that exists in official tourism statistics with respect to social and environmental aspects of tourism. So it builds on the TSA and on other relevant frameworks like the System of Environmental Economic Accounts and others like employment statistics, etc. Now, this is briefly a visual summary of the MST framework under development. You can see that it looks at environmental and social aspects of tourism like water and energy use, emissions, waste generation, the use of land, also decent work, health and education, and culture and heritage. And it also looks at economic aspects from a more sustainability lens. So things like establishments and business demographics, employment characteristics, and seasonality. Now, of course, not all the aspects of MST will be equally relevant in all destinations, nor at all spatial levels. The framework presents the main measurement themes that tend to be of relevance for assessing sustainability in tourism. But different destinations will have different circumstances and priorities, of course. So the MST framework functions as a kind of menu that enables stakeholders to select the data themes and indicators most relevant to them. And so as the framework develops, it's already being implemented in pioneering countries, many of which are joining us today. And by testing the relevance and feasibility of MST, the pilots provide valuable input for improving the framework. Here I show some pilots that have or that will not be presenting later today, precisely to give some examples of what is happening in other parts of the world. For example, in Canada, greenhouse gas emissions related to tourism were found to be quite high with respect to the share of tourism's GDP. However, the share of jobs was also comparatively higher. In Germany, tourism's gender pay gap is 22% lower than for the whole economy, but the proportion of employees with low wages is twice that of the whole economy. In Austria, tourism provides over 2,000 euros of income per capita, and this might help explain the relatively high acceptance rate by the local population. In Egypt, it was found that the energy used by tourism in the accommodation industry was overall higher for inbound tourism, but that domestic tourism uses more water. In Saudi Arabia, they managed to calculate that for each additional 1 million guests, a further 7 million liters of fuel is required and 500 cubic kilometers of water. And in Mexico, for example, it was possible to calculate the socioeconomic costs and benefits of tourism from the archaeological sites and protected areas in the countries. Now, more examples will be presented to you in this workshop, and you may also want to have a look at the publication shown. All in all, the main message is that it becomes possible to measure in a comparable way the breadth of elements that comprise tourism sustainability, from environmental, social to economic, with a single integrated framework. Now, the development of MST is a joint effort by leading countries and international organizations, including the UN Statistics Division, represented by Alessandra, the ILO, Eurostat, UNWTO, and others. And there is a multidisciplinary working group of experts that leads the development of the framework. It consists of experts from countries, from the statistical side, from the policy side, the tourism policy side, from international organizations, academia, private sector, and civil society. There is also a small editorial board that supports the drafting of the framework and some subgroups focusing on key research themes. On the statistical side, the development of the framework is supported by the UN Statistical Commission and has been recognized as the tool to derive indicators for monitoring tourism in the SDGs. And on the policy side, on the left, through the tourism community, this is perhaps where a lot of the progress has been booked more recently. So for example, over the past year, MST has been recognized in the Yalula framework endorsed by the G20 Leaders Declaration, in the European Parliament resolution on establishing a strategy for sustainable tourism. And it also forms an integral part of the Pacific Sustainable Tourism Policy and its accompanying statistical strategy that we will hear more about in brief. And in terms of implementation, in addition to the pilots mentioned, UNWTO has also started test running technical assistance and training workshops, such as this one, to better cater to country demands. Ultimately, the plan is for the framework to be presented to the UN Statistical Commission for endorsement. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clara. Indeed, data is something that we really need. And in order for us to have data, we need to have a strong foundation of these information at hand. And statistics is very important, not only to tourism, but across all sectors. Thank you very much, Ms. Clara. Now for the discussion towards a measurement framework for sustainable tourism in Jamaica. We're very pleased to have with us the Director of Tourism, Economics, and Facilitation in the Ministry of Tourism of Jamaica. And she focuses on measuring and analyzing the economic performance of the tourism sector. Her work also entails the facilitation of tourism investments as a sector is a major contributor to Jamaica's economy. Let's all welcome all the way from Jamaica, Ms. Janelle Ray Bowie. A very good evening to you, Ms. Janelle.
Hello, good night. How are you all doing? I hope you're well. It is night in Jamaica, so we're actually getting ready to go to bed. I know you are all wide awake and very excited and probably having your coffee. My name is Janelle Ray Bowie, and I'm with the Ministry of Tourism in Jamaica. And I just want to thank UNWTO for giving us this opportunity to make this presentation. We're actually very excited to be in the room with a lot of the big players who are pursuing MST. And even though Jamaica is a very small country, we know we have a lot of big footsteps to fill. So we're just going to take you through a very quick presentation. I'm going to share my screen. Is everybody able to see my screen?
Hi, Ms. Janelle. We can't see it yet. Are you able to share your screen?
Yes, I just share 1 second. Okay, it should be up now. I'm just going to put it on presentation.
All right, I think it has started. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So thank you again, everyone. So my name is Janelle Ray Bowie. I'm the Director of Tourism Economics and Facilitation at the Ministry of Tourism in Jamaica. And we're just going to be taking you through the efforts that Jamaica has made so far. We really want to just thank UNWTO again for giving us this opportunity. So just quickly as an outline, we're just going to give you some information about just tourism in Jamaica, just on a whole. We're going to look at the purpose of the sustainable tourism framework that we have decided on, the policy demands, so why do we need it? And we decided to pick out some tourism indicators, some indicators that we're thinking of using for the MST, opportunities and challenges that it presents in Jamaica, as well as the institutional arrangements, the stakeholders, and an update on where we are today and some of our next steps. Okay, so as many of you know, tourism contributes 9.8% to tourism, to GDP for Jamaica. It represents about 60% of total exports, and that is through the foreign exchange earnings. And in 2019, Jamaica actually received 4.3 million visitors, and tourism accounted for 13% of our total labor force, and tourism currently accounts for about 20% of Jamaica's overall investments. All right, so what is the purpose for us? So for Jamaica, we really want to measure tourism's role in sustainable development because we know that tourism plays a critical role in that regard. We want to expand our current statistics beyond economics. So we have a very good economic accounting framework as most countries had initially. We want to include environmental and sociocultural issues. We also want to integrate with the policy direction of the UNWTO's MST framework. So we're definitely getting some assistance there. We want to improve data collection overall for the tourism sector. And we want to develop, implement, and monitor more robust, sustainable tourism policies. All right, so why do we want it? So currently there is no instrument to track the impact of an increase in tourism activities on the environment. So we definitely have elements that cover economic and some social, but we don't currently have anything that covers the environmental impact that tourism has. And also you find that when we are creating forecasts for how many visitors we might want 3 million cruise visitors in 2025, or we might want 5 million stopover visitors by 2025, but we don't consider environmental impacts right now in terms of sustainability. So how much of the input is going to be needed in terms of water? We have sewage requirements, those kinds of things. So we are not now looking at the forecast and how they align to the environmental impacts. Also, the data on the environmental and social impacts is needed to inform policy decisions and how we go further. So that is really why we need the MSG framework for Jamaica. I would just look at some proposed indicators, some things that we were thinking of. But as you know, this all depends on the availability of data and the quality of the data we actually will get. As I said, for the economic dimension, we're pretty covered, where we're doing well with that. We look at employment, visitor expenditure, the contribution to GDP, labor productivity, and the length of stay. For the environmental dimension, we're looking at things like water consumption and energy consumption, solid waste, water quality, recycling initiatives. And then sociocultural, we look at inclusiveness, housing, social benefits, and decent work, some of which we have captured already. So environmental and social is what we really want to focus on expanding. So when we look at some of the opportunities in Jamaica, so the Ministry of Tourism is actually moving towards, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we've realized that sustainability of the tourism sector is critical, sustainability and resilience. So we actually are implementing a blue ocean strategy, which is where we're going to try and increase and improve our competitiveness in the space. And another opportunity is that sustainable tourism is integrated into other areas of planning. So how do we plan for the different tourists when they come through water, through sewage, through electricity, energy, those kinds of things? How do we plan? And then there's an ability to provide an accurate performance of the sector. So right now we can only speak to the performance of the sector from an economical perspective, and we definitely like to expand that to speak how are we performing from an environmental and social perspective. But also there's another opportunity is that we will garner improved institutional capacity for data collection, management, and governance with tourism specific data. Now, even though there are these opportunities, we also have a number of challenges. So right now, there's no measurement framework for environmental accounts. So this is definitely going to be difficult for us because right now, our stakeholders, so for example, the National Water Commission that supplies water or the Jamaica Public Service that provides electricity, they might have data on consumption, but it's not necessarily specific to tourism because they've never been required to produce tourism specific data. So that is likely to pose a challenge initially because we definitely have to set up that kind of framework and data collection for them to start to collect data for tourism specific usage. Also, another challenge is that with increased tourism activity, especially now with coming out of the pandemic, we're still in the pandemic and the sector recovering and rebounding nicely. If we continue to increase our tourism activity, this could lead to sustainability issues if the policies are not put in place to measure the environmental impacts. So just in terms of institutional arrangement, so the Ministry of Tourism, so we do know that for a lot of the other countries, it is the statistical institutes that are driving the process. However, because this is a key priority for the Ministry of Tourism, we will lead and coordinate the MST framework. But we do know that the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, because they are Jamaica's primary collector of data, they will have to be a major stakeholder in the framework. As a matter of fact, we can't do anything without the Statistical Institute of Jamaica. But because it is a priority for us in terms of the push, we will definitely need to be pushing that from our side through coordination and funding. The good thing though is that the Statistical Institute of Jamaica has actually recently advised that they are pursuing a system of environmental accounts, but it is not a short-term venture. It's something that they're pursuing in the next couple of years. So we actually are working with them to look at what some of those data sets are likely to look like. All right, and just some of our other stakeholders in terms of, as I mentioned before, we have the National Water Commission, which looks at water consumption and usage. We have the Solid Waste Management Authority, which looks at, what it says, solid waste, and Jamaica Public Service, which I indicated was our energy provider. And we have the National Environmental Planning Agency. So they also look at the capacity issues of particular projects. So say, for instance, we want to build a 2,000-room hotel in a particular resort. They have to grant those approvals if they meet the environmental requirements and that kind of thing. And then we have the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, which I also mentioned a while ago, and then the Planning Institute of Jamaica, which is critical. But we also can't leave out our tourism body. So we have the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, which forms that is a group of the accommodations, the attractions, the ground transportation providers, travel agencies. They are a part of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, and we'll actually have to work with them because we have to get their buy-in to let them know that sustainable tourism is a real thing, reaching over capacity is a real thing. So they're definitely a critical stakeholder. And we do have the public bodies of the Ministry of Tourism. We have the Jamaica Tourist Board, which deals with our marketing, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, which deals with product enhancement, and the Tourism Product Development Company, which deals with product development. All right, and just as an update for what Jamaica has done so far, I mean, we have seen why there is this need for us pursuing this MST. So Jamaica has drafted actually a concept paper on the development of a measurement framework for sustainable tourism. And I definitely think that that is probably the major achievement right now. But in creating that concept paper, a lot of research has gone into finding out what happens in other countries and looking at different things that we can kind of copy in a sense. So we've done a lot of research, as well as we've been working with the UNWTO, looking at their pilot studies, which some of you are a part of, and we are so excited and happy to see all of the work that you have done. So what we have done so far as well is that we met with a couple of our stakeholders. So we actually met recently with the National Water Commission to look at what their data is like. Do they have tourism data? Is it data broken down in any way that we can use it? And they actually indicated that they have data specifically for hotels and consumption for hotels. So that's a good start. So we're definitely making some inroads there. And we have been meeting with the UNWTO to get technical support and guidance on the implementation of the measurement of sustainable tourism in Jamaica. And just wrapping up, just looking at some of our next steps. So what we want to do is that we want to continue to engage with the critical stakeholders. The Statistical Institute of Jamaica, which we also met with a couple of times, they're very much on board. The Jamaica Public Service, Water Commission, we want to continue to have those discussions around data collection. We also think it's important for us to establish a technical working group, like a committee, a group of persons who are represented from each of these organizations to provide oversight for the development of the indicators. Because what we find in Jamaica is that you have to get people involved for them to realize that it's their responsibility as well. We want to form a working group, which would have all of the different parties playing their roles. And of course, we want to continue to engage UNWTO to provide technical assistance and develop a roadmap. So we're doing a lot, but we want to make sure that we are working smart and not just working hard. So we want to create a roadmap as to where do we go from here? What are some of our next steps? What do we want to do? What do we want to achieve? And we also want to identify existing data gaps. So right now, even if all of the agencies have tourism data, right now we don't have a framework where we can just collect all of that into any kind of centralized system right now. So we definitely want to look at those gaps, as well as we want to create the framework to track environmental impact on tourism, and not just now, but in 10 years' time. So we match those things back our forecast going forward. And just in closing, I just want to indicate that the Ministry of Tourism in Jamaica is committed to partnering with the UNWTO and the pilot countries to develop the measurement of sustainable tourism framework in Jamaica. And we are very committed, we're very ready, and we definitely want to get our hands wet, our feet wet, and we're looking forward to working further with the UNWTO and other countries who can provide further assistance. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Ms. Janelle, for that comprehensive yet very concise presentation. And I think what we've learned in your presentation is really to continuously meet with stakeholders, continuous research, and at the same time, partnerships, forging strong partnerships with international organizations such as the UNWTO. So thank you very much, Ms. Janelle Ray. And I think it's also important at this our next session speaker, who would be discussing the link between tourism policies and indicators. So we have with us today is the manager of the Sustainable Tourism and Research Division of the Pacific Tourism Organization. She oversees the work of the said organization in supporting its member countries to improve destination sustainability and contribute to aligning regional tourism programs to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Let's all welcome Ms. Christina Lea Gale.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and Pacific greetings from Suva, Fiji. Just before I start my presentation, taking a moment here to check if you can see my presentation well, and if audio is okay.
Yes, we can see you clearly and we can hear you clearly also. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you very much. So Christina here from SPTO. I'm based in Suva, Fiji. I'm very happy to be here, and I'd like to start off by acknowledging the support of UNWTO to the work of the Pacific Tourism Organization and its 20 member countries. We also acknowledge the partnership that we have created over the last 3 years with the regional department for Asia and the Pacific. So Harry and the team, we've been very fortunate to build a relationship to date, and your input into the development of the work of SBTO in the Pacific has been very useful and helpful for us on this end. And so it's afternoon here, quite warm, and I feel for you who are there in Europe, I know that you don't envy the situation. I certainly don't envy the situation that you're in, but it's a pleasure to be here with everybody today. So in terms of my presentation, I will quickly run through just an overview of who we are. There's a few of us here who may not know who SBTO is. Talk about the regional direction that our member countries have called for, and how we've pivoted in terms of the regional integration of our policies at regional level. And then I'll dig deep into the policies and priorities that we have identified as a region. I'll talk a little bit about our goals, outcomes, and how we've linked those to indicators, and then give you a summary of how we've sort of like linked our policies with the indicators, and close off my presentation today with the some reflections on the way forward. So for SBTO, we are a regional intergovernmental organization based in Suva, Fiji. We've got 20 member countries. Our mandate is to promote the region and also look at sustainable tourism development. We have also private sector members, as well as partners that we work alongside with. We are a very small organization managing a very big and diverse region. Our three focus areas are marketing, research and statistics, and sustainable tourism planning and development. And so you can see there a spread of our member countries. And so maybe going back, just wanted to reflect on where we have come from as a region. So in 2019, around October, we had our Council of Tourism Ministers meeting in Niue, a small island nation in the Pacific. And our members had called for better coordination, really, of our sustainable tourism efforts. And I think this came out as, you know, in terms of recognizing the importance of the sustainable development goals. And more importantly, as SBTO started picking up on its role in sustainability promotion across the region. So traditionally, as a marketing agency, we've pivoted to a new development focus, and that was the beginning of the journey that we have taken on since 2017, and it coincided with the International Year for Sustainable Tourism Development. And so from there, we had looked at coming together and developing a regional sustainable tourism policy framework. And we found ourselves in March 2020, before travel came to a halt, that, you know, there was genuine interest from our member countries to look at a regional framework that will bring everybody together. And that was quite important, because that was the start of a long collaboration with our member countries as well as stakeholders. At the same time, SBTO was already partnering with the Paris 21 to develop, to assess tourism statistical systems in the region. So the two pieces of work really at that time came together, and it was an important point in time for the organization and our members to relook at how we could drive the two initiatives together at the same time. And of course, after that discussion and regional workshop that we had in Fiji, COVID-19 hit, and we went into a reflection mode and planning. And so we started reaching out to our partners and stakeholders on, what was going to be the best way forward for us. And gladly, we continued the discussion virtually. And I'm glad that we had worked with Idea Group, Mark and Carl, who are also part of this workshop, who came on board and, took the work forward in terms of developing the Pacific Tourism Statistics Strategy, whilst we were working with TRC Tourism to set up our sustainable tourism policy framework. So 2021 was indeed a year of new collaborations, new alliances. We engaged very closely with our member countries. 19 out of 20 of our member countries are actively participating from the beginning to the end. We went through a lot of consultations. As I can also understand that some countries have also taken that path. It's important that we get our stakeholders on board. Otherwise, we will find ourselves losing focus along the way. But we also managed to bring on board our private sector as well as our civil society and partners, technical partners, as well as development partners who are playing a role in tourism. So that was quite key for us. And this is what we ended up with in terms of our vision for tourism in the Pacific. And I guess this is the foundation of all the efforts that we are putting into measuring sustainable tourism. We talk a lot about development, we talk about measuring, but I think it's quite important to bring it home and really see what people feel about the development of tourism. With COVID, there's definitely challenges because some of our communities and countries are seeing tourism differently, but we were very fortunate to have a consensus on what that vision will look like. And it's quite clear here that we want communities to be the center of tourism, and we want the type of tourism that really looks after the environment, that is regenerative in nature, tourism that protects and promotes our cultures and islands, but as well as responding to the protection of our ocean ecosystems. So overall, we ended up with 4 key goals for the Pacific. Goal 1 looks at the economic benefits of tourism, of course, seeing that tourism supports prosperous and resilient economies. Goal 2 is really looking at supporting the empowerment of Pacific people and supporting the well-being of everyone in the communities. Goal 3, we had came up with visible and valued cultures, which is really looking at how tourism can amplify and promote the value of our culture heritage. And then goal number 4 is really looking at promoting healthy islands and oceans. So these are the very broad goals that we are looking at as a region. And as part of that process, we have also identified key priorities. Those priorities listed here are very important to realizing what that vision for 2030 will look like. I won't go into details, but you will have access to this presentation. But what I also wanted to share today is the approach that we have taken. We know that the Pacific is still at very early stages of developing its MSD framework, and I can say that we are very fortunate as well at the same time, because we get to do it properly and still learning from the experience of others. So at the regional level, it is the first time that the region has come together and recognized the importance of putting together a sustainable tourism policy, as well as a tourism statistics strategy. So the advantage of having a small regional body, and also a very supportive member countries who come together and give feedback on how we should pivot during challenging times such as COVID, is the fact that we can easily see synergies. We can also easily see where we need to improve in terms of challenges and working in silos. And so you can see here that the approach that we've taken is that we've wanted to set our priorities first, and we had deliberately delayed the Pacific Tourism Statistics Strategy development process until we were very sure that the priorities are set and the countries and members have agreed to those priorities. So the priority setting is quite important. And that's when we were sure that everything was in line with the priorities and the aspirations of the countries. We then went into the development of the statistics strategy. And now that we've got the statistics strategy, we've looked at the UNWTO MST framework and the PTSS, providing that measurement platform for the actual sustainable tourism policy framework. And after this slide, I will quickly show you how we've sort of like looked at adapting the indicators from the PTSS, or the statistics strategy, into how we have framed the policy framework. And it was very key for us as a region to understand how important this piece of work is in connecting our countries and region to our global commitments for the SDGs, for the Samoa Pathway, as well as the Paris Agreement. For us, it's a long way away in terms of really getting the data sorted and collected and analyzed, but having a framework in place will help guide the progress of the region, as well as the SPTO and its member countries. But look at here how very important it is for us to also look at how we connect to national priorities and targets from our member countries. They feed up into the regional framework and also into the global commitments there. So that's quite important for us. Now, as I promised, this is how it looks in our sustainable tourism policy framework. We have adapted the indicators and ensure that we do see the connection between the policy and the indicators. So we recognize how important it is to look at the sustainable development goals, which ones apply to our goals in the sustainability framework, and the indicators there, for example, it's more than just what we normally measure. The importance of what Clara had mentioned earlier about business demographics, and also more important indicators such as, the value of tourism, as opposed to just looking at tourism contribution to GDP. In terms of thriving and inclusive communities goal, this is quite important for the Pacific. It's an area too that we need to improve on. I can hear very clearly that across the globe, we are struggling with environmental and cultural or social indicators. For us, it's also very key, and we want to see more being done to really determine how tourism impacts the people on the ground and the people in our communities. So local community perceptions, visitor perceptions, in addition to the business demographics and the accommodation requirements and indicators there. In terms of visible and valued cultures, this is one area that we're very lacking in indicators. And we want to learn from other countries as to how you will be performing and how you'll be coming up with your own indicators. It'll be good to share information and experiences. But yes, beyond the number of, businesses involved in cultural activities, employment and revenue, maybe looking at things like cultural activities and, you know, where are the visitors participating in. I think at the moment we are all stopping at border level. Once the tourists are out in the communities, we don't know their impact. So that's a big worry for vulnerable countries like us in the Pacific Islands. And lastly, on healthy islands and oceans, yes, the need to move beyond what we currently measure in economic terms. But yes, looking at electricity use, water use, solid waste, and GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, land and marine conditions, and again, business demographics is quite important to ensure that our industry is on board and buys into our collective efforts in reducing our environmental footprint. I just wanted to go back then into the Pacific Tourism Statistics Strategy and really looking at that connection between the policies that we have set and what we envisage as the indicators. So for us, the indicator framework is one of the biggest, the next steps for us as a region. We are embarking on developing that indicator framework, of course, with the objective that we will align it to the UNWTO MSC framework. And we're also looking for guidance from other countries and regions in how we can do it better. But these are the 5 strategic objectives in our statistics strategy. And the foundational objective is really strategic objective 1, which really allows us to prioritize the need to come up with that indicator framework that is robust and is able to support monitoring of that sustainable tourism policy, but also improve how the Pacific can measure its progress towards the SDGs and other global commitments. And here's some key areas here that I wanted to share as well. The indicators are aligned to the UNWTO MSC framework, but also the PTSS that I mentioned before. Our PTSS is the overarching framework that will support the management of tourism and aid in decision-making across the region. And of course, this is with the intention that our countries will be consistently producing such statistics in the future to allow us to compare more effectively and efficiently across sectors. And for our monitoring and evaluation framework, we are looking at opportunities not only just to measure and see where we are from time to time, but the importance of also reflecting our lessons learned along the process and constantly improve. We've made a note that whatever we come up with in terms of regional sustainability indicators for tourism in the Pacific, it would be classified into tiers based on the global SDG indicators. And lastly, some reflections on the importance of linking policies to indicators. I think this is important because we need the policies really reflect the needs and priorities of our countries and industry as well as destination. So we cannot come up with indicators without understanding what the priorities are. And indicators really is the compass for us to navigate our development progress in each of our island countries. And that, the Pacific is very vulnerable and under-resourced across all of its destinations. And of course, therefore, we need data and proper collection systems, capacity, support, and resourcing to ensure that we achieve the aspirations in our policies through that kind of support. And lastly, I just wanted to end there by saying that our indicators are important communication tools for every destination, and especially in looking at how we can support our people through responsible decision-making in the tourism sector. If you wish to access the 2 policies that I mentioned, they can be accessed from the links in my presentation. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Christina, for sharing the best practices for the Pacific Islands. And we've learned the importance of collaboration between member states and how you've seen the priority areas set by the Pacific Tourism Organization. Likewise, it's important to note the sharings that they've provided, that we should set regional priorities, provide policy and strategy, and of course, to see monitoring, the importance of monitoring and the risks that we have. So thank you very much, Ms. Christina, for providing all of these information with us and for sharing the link for us to access the best practices of your organization. Thank you. And now to have the discussion on the relevance of the MST on a perspective of the ocean accounting. This is a first that I've actually heard it, and I'm excited to hear his presentation. We have with us today the Regional Advisor for Environment Statistics with the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. And currently he provides technical support to countries in their development of environment statistics and implementation of environmental economic accounting. We have here with us from UNESCO, let's all welcome Mr. Anthony Davarskas. Good day, Mr. Anthony. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, good to be here. I'll try and share my screen. Hopefully that works. Okay, can I see that okay?
Yes, we can see and hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so as mentioned today, I'm just going to talk a little bit about slightly different direction here, but related. Talk about ocean accounting and how it connects up with the MST approach. The way I'll structure this is first I'll talk a little bit about ocean accounting for those who might be less familiar with it, and then talk about how the two approaches really support each other. So starting off with what ocean accounting is and where it fits, we saw some similar approaches and layouts of this earlier on today, but really the ocean accounting fits right here in the center between the collection of those raw data and raw information that feeds into environment statistics. Those environment statistics can be compiled into an accounting framework like the System of Environmental Economic Accounting, which the ocean account would be part of, which could then inform various indicator frameworks, including obviously indicators related to sustainable tourism. Now, as you can see here, the benefit of the System of Environmental Economic Accounting is that it has a very close dialogue and relationship with the System of National Accounts, which is used to generate one of our most famous global indicators, which is gross domestic product. So that relationship ensures that the approaches that we use within the SIA and within a SIA for oceans would be consistent with the System of National Accounts. So what's interesting about ocean accounting is it doesn't just focus on ecosystems. It actually can focus on pulling out from GDP the contributions from ocean-related economic activity to GDP, right? And these are what we would call satellite ocean accounts. And there are many satellite ocean accounts that are based on the System of National Accounts that are already underway globally. And here I've just shown two examples, one from the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration in the US, and one published by Portugal through their Statistical Institute. And you can see that it shows that there can be a substantial and very large contribution of the ocean economy to GDP. And in gross value added terms in Portugal, for example, the ocean satellite account was 3.9%. And this line just shows its comparison to other industries. Now, what I should mention is apart from ocean satellite accounts, one of the things we've already heard about today are tourism satellite accounts. And tourism satellite accounts can be developed based on a similar kind of process. And what's interesting about this is as we start to develop those ocean accounts, within those ocean satellite accounts for the economy, one of the key sectors is frequently, obviously, ocean-related activities related to tourism. So there's a way that these two approaches are going to connect with each other. So ocean ecosystem accounting here is what we'll spend a bunch of time on today. And the way ocean ecosystem accounting works, and this is from the SIA ecosystem accounting, which Alessandra had mentioned earlier. And we can think of the ecosystem assets as being characterized by their extent or the size of the ecosystem and their condition or the health of the ecosystem or how the ecosystem is doing. Though that information on the size and the health of the ecosystem helps to tell us something about what kinds of ecosystem services can come from those ecosystem assets like coral reefs, like mangroves, like forests, and how those ecosystem services may contribute to benefits to both the economy and society. And in our context, obviously, we're thinking about those kind of assets and how they link up to benefits to tourism. And also, through these statistical frameworks, thinking about how impacts and activities within the economy feed back and may impact those ecosystem assets. So how can tourism and tourism activities feed back and impact those ecosystem assets that we're concerned about, which may actually support the economy, right? So it's getting a sense of what are these feedbacks and connections between the size and health of the ecosystem and its potential to contribute to benefits for the economy. And in the context of ocean ecosystem accounting, right, we're thinking specifically about coastal and ocean ecosystems. So the other elements, and just, I should have prefaced this with, we won't be able to go into the weeds on ocean accounting today. So these are just a couple of key points about it that I wanted to raise. The other element that's important for us to note and which can help us in looking at alignments between ocean accounts and MSD is that ocean accounts, ecosystem accounts are spatial in nature. And this is just one example here on the screen where you can see that we have a satellite image here. And we've delineated on the landscape an area that we would call an ecosystem accounting area or an ocean ecosystem accounting area if we want to be specific for ocean ecosystems. And what we actually quite literally try and do is we look at that as a grid of different ecosystem types. And the various ecosystem types here that you can see gridded out are our intertidal forests, which would be our mangroves, and our photic corals or our coral reefs, which are out here as ecosystem type 2, right? In these gold shaded areas. And then we have our surface waters that we would consider as another type of ecosystem, our pelagic open waters. And of course, with the oceans, we have to think of depth profiles, which gets into a lot of technical details we don't need to go into today. But suffice to say, when we're doing ocean accounting, we're thinking of this within a spatial context and looking at these various ecosystem types. Now, what you could imagine is that there also is another developed area that is related to and may have impacts on these various ecosystem assets and ecosystem types. And if some of you immediately are starting to think of marine spatial planning, it's not too surprising because right with marine spatial planning, we often will take a geographic area and then split it up into defined and allowed uses. So there's a clear connection in terms of the spatial way of looking at the ocean in terms of the MST as well as in ocean accounting. So as part of, I just wanted to note here, what could be in those those condition accounts, right? How well the ecosystem is doing. And the reason I mentioned this is because hopefully it will show how we can sync this up with an MST approach. So this is just an example of what a table may look like for an ecosystem type of corals in an ocean ecosystem accounting framework. And you can see on the far left here, we have a set of different condition variables. And for those of you who are familiar with coral reefs, none of these will look too surprising. So these are things that we would want to track over time and to see how they're changing. The 3 meter here just means that it's a 3 meters of depth, right? Again, we have the depth profile in the ocean, so we need to think about where the measurements are taken. So the top one here, we have live coral cover, then the diversity of coral that are present, juvenile coral density, right? Those juveniles become adult corals later on, so that would be important. And then another one that's likely of interest to many is fish biomass. that is present and associated with those corals. And by developing these condition accounts, what we're doing is we're tracking, as you can see, how those measures of ecosystem health are changing over time. And by doing that, we can compare it to a hypothetical, or this is hypothetical in my example here, but we can create, there may be a real target level that's created, and we can look at how that indicator of condition or health, like live coral cover, is moving relevant to its reference target. And so you can see here, these top two rows are in the green, which is showing us that over time, they tend to be moving in a positive direction, right? They're moving in the right direction relevant to the target. And these bottom indicators are moving slightly in the wrong direction, more substantially for fish biomass, relevant to the target that's established for them. And so we can think of these condition indicators, and I'll get to this more in just a little bit, as setting up a framework not only for ocean accounts, but also for ways that we look at the sustainability of ecosystems that are associated with tourism areas and the tourism economy. The other point I wanted to mention about ocean accounts is that they rely on a range of data. Often we will be using local data sets to start with that can be repurposed for the initial accounts. For the satellite economic accounts, obviously, there's data that would also be used for system of national accounts purposes, right? That are gathered by the country already. We may have monitoring data, as I just noted about coral reefs there, right? That would come from monitoring data on target ecosystems. Similar data may be collected and has been collected in many places on things like mangrove resources and how they are doing over time. A country may collect fish trawl data for the purpose of developing stock assessments and determining what appropriate levels of fishing are. Well, those data are relevant, obviously, for that purpose, but can also be likely reconfigured in order to populate these ocean ecosystem accounts. And finally, here I've just noted that government and academic reports are another source of local data sets, which may not be presented as accounts, but the data within them may be able to be used in ocean ecosystem accounts. And I also want to note that global data sets also form an important part of the initial compilation data set for ocean accounts. And those would be our remote sensing and satellite data, things like chlorophyll A, sea surface temperature, and other things that we can get from satellites that can help us populate those ocean accounts. We also can get a lot of information on mangrove cover, for example, from satellites that in countries that don't necessarily have that information, it may be a reasonable starting point for that kind of a coastal ecosystem asset. So hopefully, as we're talking through these, you're seeing that the exciting thing is that there's same or similar data sets that can be used for tracking of sustainable tourism. So now I just wanted to talk for just a little bit about ocean accounts and the MST framework. And I think the main thing to point out here is that development of ocean accounting and the MST tables can support each other. There are common data needs and inputs across both frameworks. Policy demand supports doing both of these, right? With tourism as a driver for the generation of ocean accounts, and vice versa, that the ocean accounts can help us better understand the impact of tourism. And there can be a feedback loop from policies to these indicators that develop from the accounts to adaptive management, changing policies and modifying policies as needed, depending on what we are seeing out of the changes in the indicators that are deemed to be of interest. Both of these approaches, MST and ocean accounting, can facilitate exchanges across disciplinary boundaries, which is obviously very important. Ocean accounts lives at this intersection of statistics, economics, science, and policy. And as such, there's always a need to coordinate activities and share data across relevant ministries and stakeholders. And for those of you obviously working on sustainable tourism, you know that this is something that is very much shared when we're talking about plans for sustainable tourism and developing sustainable tourism. These ocean accounts and MST also provide a framework for tracking human impacts on the marine environment. And the way they do this is they allow us to link up, right, the connection between economic output and the waste flows that come from economic output, as well as between policy decisions and between those ecosystem extent and condition measures. So just to go into this in a bit more detail, remember I talked about these as two of the key criteria, key accounts that are developed related to ocean ecosystem accounts, which are the extent or size of the ocean ecosystem of interest and the condition or health of the ocean ecosystem of interest. And if we look at tourism waste flows, for example, so those economic activities that produce waste, we can have estimates of what those waste flows are and concurrently be tracking if there have been changes in the health of mangrove and coral ecosystem size or mangrove and coral ecosystem health, and then determine what kind of policies need to be developed based on what we are seeing in terms of trends of those changes. We can also, after our country has developed those policies, as we see on the right here, is use those policies and then looking forward, see how those policies, when those policies were put in place, and see what the subsequent changes in extent of a habitat and condition of the habitat have been. And that may help us to make additional decisions down the line and feedback in that adaptive management kind of way, to future policies that are developed related to sustainable tourism. And obviously, there are going to be many other factors that we need to consider, but looking at these indicators can help us to start to guide these processes. I think there's some clear shared data input needs for both. Extent of protected ecosystems, I think will figure and is noted, right, in the MST approach, and also figures in ocean ecosystem accounting. Species diversity within coastal ecosystems is another shared data input need for both MST and for these ocean ecosystem accounts. And of course, coastal water quality indicators, which are important for both and can help us trace the impacts of waste flows from the tourism sector, such as wastewater, and impacts on the environment, as well as from other sectors, which may not be tourism, but which may share the same space, right, and may impact that extent and condition, and thereby feedback and perhaps negatively impact tourism within the area. So I think what's exciting about the ocean accounting and what it can do and how it links up with MSD is that the spatial elements, as mentioned, of the ocean accounts can help support sustainable tourism related policies. I've mentioned before marine spatial planning. I think there's a clear, strong connection here. There also is this modeling of environmental impacts that can be done. The data that come out of the accounts and out of the MST framework, right, are not going to be the end story about something, right? That there will need to be research and analysis that's done with those statistics in order to determine what the environmental impact may be. So modeling can come into play there. There's the consistency with the SNA that is a strong point of ocean accounting, as mentioned before, since it's meant to be synced up with the economic accounts that are generated from the SNA. We can do things like look at the linkage to energy accounts and energy intensity, energy efficiency measures for tourism, for example, waste management, right? Linking to waste accounts and looking at waste flows related to the tourism industry, for example, if there's a desire to improve those waste flows. And there's obviously, as mentioned before, some support for potential MST indicators like ecosystem condition and services for tourism areas, right, which could come directly from ocean accounts. Land use, as we've noted before, land accounts often form a basis for developing these ecosystem accounts. And then species that are present in protected areas. Again, that overlap between the spatial area, protected area, and the condition measures, which could include tracking the species that are present within the area. And both of these frameworks can support the development of ongoing statistical reporting systems. And I think that's another exciting point about this, is that they both provide this structure for collection and compilation of data, which ideally will lead to a regularization of the required data collection or modeling activities, so that these are not one-off activities. I mentioned before we have, we may use information to generate initial accounts from academic and research studies and government reports. But ideally, rather than having those one-time kind of reports, both the ocean accounts and the MST can set up a longer-term approach for collecting these data in a consistent way over time. And I think what's also important about both of these is that they can establish reporting schedules to relevant stakeholders. By having a regular data collection and expected report, right? Stakeholders will be looking for that report on ocean accounts or on sustainable tourism indicators to be coming out on a regular basis. And then those can go out in reports that inform decisions and future policies. And I've just noted a couple things here, which is that on the upper left there is NOAA's story map that they've done on their ocean satellite account. Of course, we have the reports that can be done through the SDG progress report. And then there are national initiatives related to their state of environment reports that can be informed by these activities. So I'll wrap it up there so we can move into a few questions if we have time, hopefully. And thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. That was really a comprehensive presentation wherein there is this correlation between tourism, the environment, and the importance of gathering it together to produce that data and information, and also stressing the importance of the structure of collection of data in order for us to get the important information needed to have our environment more sustainable and more efficient. So thank you, Mr. Anthony. Now, at this point, we will be going to our Q&A. And I am happy to introduce our moderator for the Q&A for our session 1. He is the current Chief Statistical Specialist of the Satellites Accounts Division of the Philippine Statistics Authority. Let's all welcome Mr. Gerald June Clarino. While we're setting up our panelists, a kind reminder to everyone, if you have questions, you may utilize our Q&A chat box for your questions to our panelists. Sir Gerald, you have the floor now.
Hi, hello. Again, good morning from the Philippines. Good evening and good afternoon to other parts of the participants who are in this forum. So again, I'm Gerald from the Philippine Statistics Authority. So I'm happy to be your moderator for this session 1. So this is focusing on the policy for MST. So as mentioned by Ms. Jem, if you have some questions to our dear panelists who just provided insightful presentations, to Ms. Clara, to Ms. Christina, to Ms. Janelle, and Mr. Anthony, just feel free to chat in or put in the chat your comment. Maybe we could accommodate 1 or 2 questions from the group. So who wants to throw the first question? Or maybe I just ask this question possibly to Ms. Clara and Mr. Anthony. You mentioned about international work. So may I just ask, of course, for the information of the other participants also, what are some upcoming activities that countries can participate in and look forward to, and how the countries best take advantage of the ongoing work of UNWTO and UNESCAP, or at any international level work, so to speak, on particularly on sustainable tourism? Maybe Ms. Clara and Sir Anthony. Ms. Clara first, maybe you could answer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Gerald, for this very pertinent question. So perhaps I can just go over some of the engagement mechanisms that that exist for the measuring the sustainability of tourism framework development process. So this follows a process that is aligned with the UN development processes of such kinds of frameworks. So we have, as I mentioned in my presentation, a working group of experts, and this working group of experts engages different stakeholders from countries and from international organizations. Of course, the focus is on the countries. So we have representatives from ministries of tourism, from national statistical offices, from the private sector, civil society, tourism managers, subnational tourism management or subnational destination management organizations. And so I take advantage of this question also to invite anyone out there who might be interested in joining this effort, or who might be interested in learning a little bit more, to reach out to me, and I would be more than happy to provide you more information on this working group. Now, another option that exists is, of course, the pilot studies, right? The work on developing pilots to implement the framework that is under development, and this will help to provide valuable insights on the feasibility of the framework. So are the conditions within a country met in terms of data availability, in terms of resourcing for implementing this framework? And at the same time, it also tests the relevance of the framework, which is perhaps the most relevant aspect as we are developing this. So does the implementation of the framework really respond to the information needs by stakeholders? And finally, the framework document is undergoing various rounds of revision, of consultation. So certainly through the working group of experts and the editorial board, but also global consultations are foreseen. So again, I invite anyone to please reach out to me if you would want to form part of these consultations, and I will be more than happy to include you in this effort. Now, in brief, contribution by countries to such efforts means influence, right? Contribution means influence. So if countries contribute, they have the opportunity also to influence the final framework, and also to give their contribution to what the new measures of success will be for tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clara. Sir Anthony, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I'll mention from the ocean accounts perspective, there are a couple of things that are going on which are I think pretty exciting. First, I'll start globally. One of the things the UN Statistical Commission endorsed moving toward or recommended more be looked into was ASEA Oceans, as I mentioned before. So a system of environmental economic accounting for oceans. And I think over the course of the next year, we're going to be working to pull together a group of experts to look more into the areas of research that are needed related to ocean accounts. And at the global level, one of the ways that countries can engage is through the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, of which SCAP is a co-chair with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And that partnership has developed a set of technical guidance that's available on the website of the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. There's input is always valuable and appreciated on that technical guidance, and there's information on the website on that Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. And of course, countries are welcome to also join the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership if they have an interest in developing the ocean accounts. More specifically at the regional basis, in SCAP at least that I can speak to, we do have 5 pilot accounts that we completed in ocean accounts, and we're moving forward with ocean accounts pilots in Fiji, Samoa, and Palau over the course of the next year. And of course, if countries are interested in developing ocean accounts within the region, feel free to contact me. I have my email information up there, but you also can find me otherwise in terms of how we might be able to support development of pilot ocean accounts, at least within the Asia-Pacific region. And those can, again, focus on the intersect, and have focused in the past, as I think you'll hear, on the intersection between tourism and ecosystems, obviously. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anthony. There's a question here in the chat box. Maybe Ms. Clara can answer this question relating to indicator to count the positive or negative impact of sustainable tourism, particularly on immigration for those people returning to villages or rural areas, going to the big, or coming from the big cities or the metropolis. This is a question from Hamid Amini from Iran. Ms. Clara, if you may.
Yes, thank you very much, Gerald, and Hamid also, because to be honest, this is this specific aspect has not been considered specifically in terms of returning migration, but it has, of course, very so basically, if it's relevant, it deserves to be considered, and it deserves to be developed, right, in your country or in your destination. And in this sense, it relates very closely, of course, to population statistics, right? So migration and also to economic aspects of tourism in this sense, right? So the economic impacts that tourism is having in this particular area in terms of income, wages, in terms of housing, perhaps, So those are all elements that the MST framework might provide guidance on. But I thank you very much for raising this topic, which I have taken note of for more careful consideration and more explicit consideration within the framework as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clara. I think we can entertain a question from someone. Mr. Mark Cloud, you are raising your hand. Sir, please.
Yeah. Thanks. Look, I've just got to thought they were great presentations. Thanks, I really enjoyed them. I'm just sort of thinking while you were talking, look, for countries to embark on a sustainable tourism path may mean certainly a change in their tourism practices. So it could certainly mean maybe not a reduction in tourism numbers, but it could be a reduction in the expected rate of increase of visitors. Given the dependence on tourism dollars for developing and developed countries, is there some concern there may be some resistance to sustainable tourism policies in governments then, that they might, because they're worried about the impact of sustainable tourism on the actual bottom line, on the dollar line?
I asked that. Thank you, sir. Anyone from the panel who could comment on this concern?
Hi, Janelle here, Janelle Bowie. And it's not, I'm just kind of thinking out loud as you asked the question, so thank you for that question. But I also thought that the same thing, especially because tourism, especially in Jamaica, we are dependent on tourism for foreign exchange earnings. Tourism is our #1 foreign exchange earnings for Jamaica. And I do think that it's likely to have implications if recommendations coming from the framework indicate that tourism arrivals should be capped at a particular number, or we should try to limit that growth to a particular amount per year, because we do know that a lot of our policy initiatives, especially the Jamaica Tourist Board, their mission is to get as many tourists to come to Jamaica as possible. But if our infrastructure and if there are going to be sustainability issues, I do see where the government is likely to, I don't want to say push back, but the government is likely to have a hard time trying to wrap their heads around these issues, especially because tourism, because it's so dynamic and it crosses into agriculture, manufacturing, farming, and other sectors. How is that going to affect those other sectors that are likely to be impacted with less growth? So I do think it's something that Jamaica is definitely going to have to consider when we do approach the government stakeholders. But I think through education, it's going to be important to let them know that, hello, if we reach a certain amount of visitors, we do not have enough water to supply the cruise ships. We do not have enough water to supply the hotels and that kind of thing, especially in Jamaica, because you do know that there is some amount of poverty. So there are regular Jamaicans that don't have access to drinking water, whereas a tourist, when they come, they don't have those challenges at all. They have full access to our resources. I do think that's something that we're going to have to consider, especially for Jamaica, because it is likely to pose a challenge in terms of conflicting with what the government initiative is to get more visitors so that they can spend more money. I think we have to definitely consider that as being an issue.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Janelle. Actually, this is related also to the question raised from the Department of Tourism here in the Philippines concerning the sustainability concept. So how could you say that one measure is sustainable, one aspect of tourism development is sustainable? Maybe that's one of the things also that relates to the raised comment a while ago. Now, let me just, in the interest of time, let me just raise this question possibly to Ms. Janelle and Ms. Christina here. For the benefit of countries who are yet or just about to start their work on MST, although we recognize, of course, that MST, like any other initiatives, are developmental in nature, do you think what are the key area or key criteria for success in implementing at the national level? Maybe later on we could invite also a response from Ms. Clara and Mr. Anthony. Miss Christina, please.
Yeah, thank you, Gerald. I think that's a very important question, and I think stakeholder buy-in is key to any planning process and any engagement initiatives across countries or across region. For us, we've found that being transparent and providing genuine opportunities for engagement to our stakeholders, and especially governments and private sector, as well as civil society, is key to ensuring success in the whole policy development, or even in planning, putting together a sustainable measuring of tourism framework. For us, the Pacific Tourism Statistics Strategy required SPTO to be more open about the concerns of government, being considerate of their needs, and integrating them into the policies as they are brought up, and really providing that opportunity for engagement, and allowing them the opportunity to take leadership. For us also, we had to mobilize a regional multi-stakeholder regional working group to guide the work of SPTO. So we were at the back end supporting them while they take leadership in developing the policies and the framework themselves. So that really supported us through the journey that we've taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christina. Yes, Ms. Janelle, your thoughts?
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and agree. Firstly, because the tourism sector has so many different elements, that are not just tourism. And I think the biggest challenge, or the biggest, I think, is going to be our success, is getting the stakeholders on board, especially because the measurement of data doesn't primarily just rely with the Ministry of Tourism. The measurement of environmental and economic data specifically, that doesn't rely with us almost any at all. That has to do with other agencies. I think stakeholder engagement is going to be critical, as well as public education. We find that a lot of the general public can't really see long-term, they're kind of myopic in nature. We kind of just look at the right now. But I think doing the consumer education to advise our tourism stakeholders, and as much as they want to get as many tourists as possible, there could be an end if we don't put particular policies in place. So I do think the two things for me, just in my mind, consumer education and stakeholder engagement, are going to be critical because we could put as much funding as we want to it, but if other people are not on board, then it's definitely not going to work.
Yeah, thank you. This is all noted. Sir Anthony, your thoughts?
Yeah, and I'll speak from the ocean accounting perspective, obviously. I think what we found to be helpful is very, very briefly here, that there's the side of the ocean accounts development itself, which happens within the government. And so it's important for the various government ministries to be engaged with one another from an early on in the development of the ocean accounts, so environment, statistics, et cetera, and to have those discussions. In terms of the broader stakeholders, I think as part of that, what governments need to come into the discussions on ocean accounts with is a sense of what are the needs and demands for ocean-related indicators and ocean accounts from the broader public. And I think having those discussions ahead of time can help to make sure that, again, you have something that's seen as useful and that has support, so that it can be regularly produced and reported on.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Clara, do you have anything to say? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so a very relevant question, and I can nicely piggyback on the elements already raised, which are fundamental indeed. So stakeholder engagement, education, funding. And in terms of the substantial elements, of course, it's the identification of the main policy needs and the analytical questions, right, that implementation of MST would have to provide answers for, right? And then, of course, the identification and collection of the necessary statistics and data to feed these indicators and questions, right? But perhaps more importantly, and returning to the questions raised earlier, more importantly than these statistical elements are the institutional arrangements, right? So Tina mentioned very nicely the wonderful work that they are doing in the Pacific. So a true embodiment of integrated data for integrated policy, and how the various stakeholders have been able to have their input and provide their particular vision also on the overall policy plan and statistical strategy, right? And then perhaps two more notes. One, of the importance of also having an action plan or implementation plan. So this is also something that that we have been discussing with Mark before, and also quite recently with Janelle. So having a clear and agreed action or implementation plan that has been agreed between the different stakeholders, that has the necessary resourcing and funding identified and ideally allocated. And also communication, having communication being part of the conversation from the very beginning, because there might be indeed some challenges, right? So every time that we start to rethink about what our measures of success will be in tourism, there will be necessary conversations that would have to take place between the different stakeholders to ensure that we are all heading into the right direction, and how we are going to manage expectations between these different stakeholders.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Clara, for that. Again, sorry, we are really running out of time, but just one last question for Ms. Janelle. This was raised by Ms. Yunji. So based on your experience, can you share your experience in relation to your invitation to line ministries to engage in your MST effort? And hopefully this experience or your thoughts could help other countries as well. Ms. Janelle?
Okay, thank you for that question. Okay, so what we found in Jamaica, just to give you a very quick answer, is that while the stakeholders were willing to meet with us and have discussions with us, we realized that if our initiatives weren't included in their budget as a line item for them to partake in a particular activity, they're not necessarily going to be able to support in the way that we want them to. So whereas we would have them as at the table and we would have discussions, they have to have it as a priority for their ministry as well and their department, and put funding towards it if necessary. Otherwise, they have other priorities that are not tourism. You know, the National Water Commission, they operate in a much bigger space than just tourism. You find that we've had to have conversations to get their buy-in so that they know that this is also their responsibility. Hopefully we can get it on their budget, their work plans, so that it becomes a commitment that they participate in just as much as we are involved in it as well. So I think that's what we've realized, that while there is data, nobody necessarily had tourism specific data because it wasn't really required before. So I think getting the buy-in, explaining to them what exactly we want and what we want to do, and that collaborative approach, and having them take responsibility. As Clara mentioned, having a type of implementation plan where it would state what are the different responsibilities for each ministry, each department, each agency, so everybody knows their role in the entire initiative.
Thank you, Ms. Janelle. Again, we are not in the luxury of time. There are some questions in the chat. Maybe I invite the presenters and speakers to just respond possibly in this chat box provided. And apologies again to our participants whose questions were not able to provide or to raise in this forum. Again, we would like again to thank our speakers, our presenters, Ms. Clara, Ms. Janelle, and Ms. Christina, and Mr. Anthony for sharing your experiences, your efforts towards improving and strengthening our efforts to improve and to come up with MST indicators, and of course to translate them into policies for better decisions of the government. Again, thank you, and thank you to UNWTO for having me as your moderator for this session. Back to you, Jem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerald, and also to our session one speakers, Ms. Clara, Mr. Anthony, Ms. Christina, and Ms. Janelle. Thank you for providing your expertise. And I think the key takeaways or the keywords that we can have in this session one is, of course, collaboration and stakeholder engagement, very important. And of course, to educate our stakeholders with what we are doing. And also after that, strategy and action plan in order for us to measure the data that we need to have this sustainable and inclusive environment that we are all aiming for. So with that, thank you very much to all our session one panelists. Let's please give them a virtual applause. Thank you very much to all of you, and thank you for joining us. We are all over in different time zones, but you really made it time. Thank you. Maraming salamat from the Philippines. And at this point, we will be having a short break at my watch, Philippine time. It's 12:16. So we will be back at 12:25 to resume our session two. So we'll see each other in a while. Thank you.
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you.
Okay. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to wherever you are in all parts of the world. Thank you for joining once again to our UNWTO UNWTO workshop on measuring the sustainability of tourism for Asia and the Pacific. This is Jem Torla, once again, your MC for today. And we will be starting our session 2, wherein we will be learning the key lessons from MST pioneering countries within the Asia Pacific. And today, to start off with our presentation and to give the overview of the statistical framework for MST and its key tables, we have with us the director at the Institute for Development of Environmental Economic Accounting, or IDEA Group, and his work involves projects on natural capital accounting and sustainability measurement within the United Nations system, with the Capitals Coalition, and with various companies and governments in Australia and internationally. Let's all welcome Mr. Carl Obst. Good afternoon, Mr. Carl.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jem, and thank you to everyone who's been involved in this and the opportunity. And well, thank you very much to the organisers, UNWTO and others, for the opportunity to be involved. It was an excellent first session. I really enjoyed it. It's great to get the perspective, some of the people who I knew and some of the people who I don't know. And it's really just wonderful to see how much work is going on in this MST space at the moment. I've been fortunate enough to be involved over the course of the last 6 years. And for those of you who may not know, there was a small meeting that kicked off the MST process that was held in Puerto Rico in late 2015 that the UNWTO had organised. And through circumstance and availability and different things and the enthusiasm of people like Clara at the UNWTO, we've been able to develop a program of work, and it's just, I sometimes really can't believe how much work has been done in this space and how much people have taken advantage of the potential. to look at the sustainability of tourism through a statistical lens. One of the things I probably should also highlight the Filipino involvement. I was fortunate enough as well to be in Manila for the conference that I think Clara referred to before, where we had over 1,000 people for I think 4 or 5 days talking about sustainable tourism and the measurement of that, and the call to action which came from that conference. So I think there's no doubt in my mind, at least, that the Asia Pacific has been a leading player in this whole space of moving it along, and it's just wonderful to see. I guess there's also the reality that it's very interesting that we have this workshop after a couple of years which have clearly not been very easy for people in the tourism sector. So the challenges that we've all experienced with COVID and not being able to travel have meant that perhaps the story around sustainable tourism might be more problematic to reveal. But in actual fact, the level of interest in this work and the desire to build back better from where things were in 2019, I think is a real driver for activity in this space. The other thought that came to mind is that in actual fact, it's somehow over the course of the last 2 years, we've become very well attuned to the idea that data is essential for actually undertaking management and activity. We've all become sort of amateur epidemiologists and understanding how the virus is moving and how the number of cases might flow out. And that interest and need for statistics, I think, then comes through into how we manage a whole range of other things, including, of course, sustainable tourism. The wonderful background that we got from session 1 and the introduction from Alessandra and the other notable people at the beginning of the workshop, I think gives us great context for taking this work forward. The purpose of this session is to get into a little bit more detail, and I will kick off the session with a presentation which will give an introduction to some of the concepts and framework of the MST, the statistical framework that's been developed to this point. But then we're going to go into some particular examples of MST work from the region, from the Philippines, from Fiji, Thailand, and some work that's been done in Niue and the Cook Islands. So I think I'll just launch into things, given that I'm giving the first presentation as well, and just share a screen that I'm gradually getting better at after 2 years. And hopefully you can all see that screen now, but I just need to get it to run on a presentation. Okay, so as I said, the purpose of this presentation is to really just give you a quick overview of the statistical framework. There's been a lot of introduction from the earlier speakers about the importance of statistics and the role that statistics can play in developing tourism policy and those type of things. So what are some of the key features that exist? One of the key things, which I think been highlighted by a couple of points made in the first session, was that this is a statistical framework. So it's very much coming from a measurement point of view, but not just any measurement point of view, coming from a point of view of official statistics. So that's where we're looking at the idea of coming up with agreed numbers that give a sense of what is happening. Now, we're very familiar with GDP or the Consumer Price Index or measures of unemployment. All of those have standard definitions that we often tend not to be aware of. So what we're trying to do is try and apply that in this sustainable tourism space. I think so we're going through these standard UN processes to develop a statistical framework. I think it's also clear that what's been developed so far in the statistical framework for MST is that it's one of the first integrations of all of the 3 pillars of sustainability in one document across environment, social and economic dimensions to try and create a whole framework. It's not the first time that's been done, but it's the first time it's been put together in statistical context. As well, we're trying to integrate things across multiple scales, so global, national, regional, also subnational and local scales. And the local scale is particularly important when it comes to tourism. So we've got these notions that our statistics are things that official statistics are things which give us trust, some comparability. We want them to be relevant to the policies which are happening. And we want a level of coherence. We want a consistent story across environment, economic and social domains. And think, as was pointed out earlier as well, we want to build off what's existing already as statistical standards. There's no point in reinventing the wheel in this space and undoing all of the excellent measurement work that happens in each of these different areas. So where does the statistical framework sit in the whole statistical space? So we've tried to break this diagram here, that the measuring the sustainability of tourism as a larger initiative and project. The statistical framework is one component of that. What we focused on in the first session is more in the orange box on the left-hand side, the why and the who. Why do we want to do these things? How do we connect to government? Who's involved in the processes of making decisions? The statistical framework is aiming to give us the boxes in the middle about what we're going to measure. What are the definitions? What are the classifications? What terminology should we use? And so the whole range of themes which come in that we're trying to bring together in the statistical framework. Then that's different again from the data and the methods and the how. So there will be, as we're developing, we'll see some showcases of what is possible in practice and what types of data and methods people have used. But as well, there will be over time a developing body of guidance materials, of methodologies, suggestions on data sources that you can use. There will never be one perfect way of doing the how. There will always be differences in different countries. There'll be different institutional arrangements, different levels of resourcing. But nonetheless, so in that sense, the statistical framework is intended to give a solid point around which all of these different methods can be brought together and considered. So the statistical framework itself is a document. Perhaps some of you might have read it and had a look at it, or at least glanced through it. It's quite a long document. It's quite dry. So it really depends on what you like reading. But the basic framework is that there's an introduction, which will cover off the definition of sustainable tourism. That was something that was developed by UNWTO around about 20 or 30 years ago, through the early 1990s. So sustainable tourism as a concept has been around for a very long period of time. Trying to outline the benefits of statistical approach, overviewing the framework itself, and then giving some ideas about how it might be implemented and applied and why you might go about doing that. There are then 3 chapters, and this is the sort of, I guess, part of the core body of the document about how we're developing the measurement in the areas of economic, environmental, and social dimensions. And then perhaps one of the critical but trickiest chapters is chapter 5, and about defining spatial areas. I've got a few slides on that a little bit later on that I'll go into a little bit more detail. The reason it's important is that tourism is something which we may want to assess and monitor at a national level, but tourism is actually something that happens in particular locations. And often the question of sustainability is not really a question of national level sustainability, but more, is the activity of tourism in particular locations sustainable? And if you just simply imagine that you can average environmental effects or average community level effects, then you're probably going to be giving the wrong information to the decision makers. So understanding how to think about spatial areas is really fundamental in this area of measurement. There's then a 6th chapter about combined presentations, indicators, and applications. So thinking about ways in which you can, having organised all of this information, how you might think of communicating it, using it for reporting purposes, for example, in the Sustainable Development Goals, and doing various forms of analysis about implications, picking up on the Jamaican presentation earlier about what would happen if you had an increase in the number of cruise ships that were coming in. And then obviously some, as it would befit a statistical document, talking about classifications and glossaries. So one of the features of the MST approach is that it uses an accounting-based approach. Now that doesn't mean everything is in dollars or euros or whatever currency you have. It means that you organize things in terms of stocks and flows. And there are very well established accounting frameworks. I mean, the one that is perhaps measure that's perhaps best known is GDP, or Gross Domestic Product, which comes from a document called the System of National Accounts, or SNA. And that is an accounting framework for organizing information about the economy. The Tourism Satellite Account is a satellite account to that. So it sits alongside and complements the SNA, by giving some organising economic information about tourism, and the SEA, the System of Environmental Economic Accounting, which links the environment into the economy. So all of those things work well. They link together. They've been conceptualized to connect. So it's not just three things: tourism, environment, economy, all standing alongside each other, but they're designed to be connected to each other through concepts around stocks and flows. So in the statistical SFMST, we're expanding that scope a little bit further to pick up elements around human capital and around social capital as well. So what we can then do is start to think about organizing information. It's the stocks and flow notion is actually really useful for telling a story about sustainability. In a sense, the way you frame the question is, can we keep the flows going, say the number of visitors, the level of services, given the stocks that we have, the capacity that we have, and the assets and infrastructure that we have. And it tells a story about sustainability, capacity, and resilience using that framework. So just to reiterate the point that what we're not aiming to do is come up with a triple bottom line or some magical single number that gives you a solution about whether things are sustainable or not. That's not the intention. The aim is to organize a range of information that people can then use to make assessments in any given context. So how does this work together? The way in which you may recall a presentation or a figure from Alessandra right in the first presentation of today that was more of a pyramid shape. This is a variation of things. So we have data sources at the bottom that are coming through. The statistical framework then sits in the middle, and then you have some decision support tools and indicators which emerge from the statistical framework. And within the statistical framework, there's various definitions and classifications. There are a range of accounts and tables, and then there are some combined presentations. And all of those three things together are designed to organize the information that is relevant to different decision-making contexts. Oh, I've gone the wrong way. So what are the types of things which are included? We have the blue is the economic, the green is environmental, and the purple is the social side of things. These are the types of tables that we're imagining. We've called them core tables here. They are not the only tables that you could put together. What you might imagine is that when you're putting all of these pieces together with a range of different themes, there are many, many combinations. So what we've tried to do here is highlight sort of 5 key areas that you might consider within each domain. So for example, within the economic domain, we'd be looking at things around value added, employment, the number of tourism establishments, the number of visitors, and the amount that visitors spend on different products. So they seem to be fairly standard. Those will often be within the scope of standard tourism statistics or within a tourism satellite account framing. On the environmental side, these themes around water use by tourism industries, energy use, greenhouse gas emissions, and solid waste are probably the 4 key ones that come up regularly in all conversations, if you look at indicator sets around sustainability, not just for tourism, but more generally. These are 4 key themes that people are often interested in. The one that we've added in here is one around land cover to try and understand the extent to which tourism uses or is connected to the environment within which it's situated. So that might be beaches or coral reefs if you're in an ocean environment. It might be forests, dunes, other landscapes, depending on the context. So we're trying to place then tourism activity in a broader environmental context. Now, there's a lot of other environmental information. Anthony gave an excellent overview from an ocean point of view of measures around condition of coral reefs or flows of ecosystem services. But these seem to be the core ones at the moment that are probably most directly relevant to a number of decisions about the impact of tourism on local environments. And then finally, but certainly not least, the social dimension. And that's proved to be an increasing area of interest. Recent work that we've been doing in the Pacific with TINA and SPTO really highlights the importance of community to the way they're thinking about sustainable tourism. So a range of themes that you can see coming through here, ideas around decent work, the distribution of income, cultural heritage, but also visitor perceptions about what's going on within that social context. So all of these types of information are ones that we want to try and organise. Now, the next couple of slides, I'm just going to show to give you an idea of what a table might look like, but by no means to try and go into the details of how they would be put together. This is just an example of what you might think of in terms of economic structure. So here we've got this, some selected tourism industries, accommodation, food and beverage, transport, etc. And then we might try and organise some information about the number of establishments, how large those establishments are, whether they're owned by resident economic units or whether they're owned by non-residents. That might be important in understanding flows of profits and where that money is moving. What type of entity they are. Are they corporations? Are they owned by small households? Are they owned by governments? And if we can get a bit of a sense of building up that picture of what the economic structure is of tourism in a given country or a given location, we can start to build a picture of its sustainability. If there's everything's put into one large hotel, then perhaps there's a risk that if that hotel's not there anymore, then the provision of tourism services to the visitors is going to be a little bit difficult. So it starts to build, organising existing economic information to try and tell a story about the economic structure. And it's just evidence that you don't need to go to the monetary valuation in order to understand economic issues. An example of greenhouse gas emissions. This is a direct adaptation of a table from the SEA. Here we're focusing on tourism industries, and there's different types of greenhouse gases that are listed in the rows. And this is just a table for recording all of those different emissions. And you can imagine doing a similar type of table for things like water use or energy use or the generation of waste. And a final table that I'll show here is around employment. Again, we've got a story here about different industries. We're trying to then look at who's employed. Is it whether they're female or male, their age. If everyone in the industry was aged over 60, then perhaps there'd be some concerns that, well, how will we have enough employment to deliver the services in 10, 15, 20 years' time? We might understand their education levels, the types of occupations they're in. Is it permanent employment? Have they been only employed for a small length of time? And what type of salaries are they getting in tourism industries relative to other industries? So these aren't, there are many ways in which you could break this up, but that just gives you an idea of the type of information you can start to organise using the statistical framework. So I wanted to come back to this issue briefly on integrating spatial areas. The idea is here that we can't just focus on the national level, and certainly one driver for MST originally was that there was a lot of tourism statistics at national level, but it wasn't connected to making decisions around destinations and locations that are keen on tourism. So we want to try and make sure that we can integrate the data at different levels. One of the key things is that when you have measurement concepts, they can be scale independent. So you can measure things for small countries and for large countries using GDP. In the same way, you can measure the number of visitors at a small scale and at a large scale. So that notion, what then is a question about how we implement that in practice. And that's where a lot of the coordination needs to start happening to a greater degree. And this, which is more a question of how. The statistical framework just gives you an idea of what you need to try and do. At the same time, you may not want to measure everything at every spatial scale. So there's a whole range of different scales that we've noted here, but not every variable that you've got might be necessary. And that's why you need to talk to the policymakers and decision makers to see what type of information they need at different scales. A whole range of information. There's one recommendation out of the SF-MST is that it would be powerful to develop a regional tourism information system, where the regional here refers to subnational, so that you've got all of your different information for different scales all gathered together. And those are the key variables that have been identified to place into a regional tourism information system. That's it from me for that presentation. So we'll move. I'll end that show, what the intention will be that we'll now go to, and Jem, correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't know whether you'll be introducing the next speaker or I will. I'm quite happy to. But what we will do after the next 4 presentations, we'll come back and have a question and answer session. So if you could please put in, if you've got any questions that have come up through that presentation and the next 4 presentations, please feel free to put them into the chat as we go along, and we'll try and pick them up as best we can at the end of the session. Jem, am I handing back to you?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Carl, for providing the foundation for session 2 and for giving us an overview of the importance of MST and how it integrates to other cross sectors that is really needed. So today, as we go along with our session 2, as mentioned by Mr. Carl, we will be calling again our Chief Statistical Specialist from the Philippine Statistics Authority, and he will be presenting to us the Philippines case study on estimating water consumption and energy consumption and carbon dioxide emission. So let's welcome back Mr. Gerald. And again, reminder for everyone, if you have questions, please do type in the Q&A Zoom chat box. Go ahead, Sir Gerald.
Thank you, Ms. Jem. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to present to you the efforts and initiatives of the Philippines in terms of coming up with the different MST indicators. So in this particular presentation, I will be providing you slides on our estimation of the water consumption, the energy consumption, and the carbon dioxide emission in the Philippines. So I will just follow this outline, providing some background on the reference that we look into for the case of the Philippines, our historical steps or activities that were undertaken prior to the release of our MST, and looking at the results and some way forward. So these are just some of the references that we are taking reference into. So these are the national and the international development plans that, as we know, we have the Sustainable Development Agenda of the 2030. But in the Philippines, we also have the Philippine Development Plan for the 2017-2022. So if there's a new president, there's a corresponding development plan being crafted by the government. And we also have a long-term vision other than this PDP or the Philippine Development Plan. We have the Ambisyon Natin 2040. So again, all our efforts in terms of coming up with development programs and statistical initiatives, we anchored this to this Ambisyon Natin 2040. And of course, again, the 10-point socioeconomic agenda of the president, which is also elaborated in our Philippine Development Plan. In the MST efforts, yes, it is also important to focus our attention on the different SDG or tourism-related indicators. So that's why we put them here in these particular slides. But again, these were mentioned again a while ago by Ms. Clara also in her presentation. So we have different targets and indicators that are related to tourism. So it's also important that whatever efforts that we are doing for MST, they are also linked to these SDG indicators. We also noted the different sustainable development programs by our Department of Tourism, who is always our partner in coming up with the tourism statistics and tourism accounts. So again, we recognize that it is integral to the national socioeconomic efforts of the government to improve, of course, the quality of life of our citizens. So again, this is much in line with the objectives of the sustainable tourism development as provided in the MST framework. We also noted we have very important references, very important recommendations and guidelines already provided to us. So we also took reference of this. These are international agreed frameworks and accounting guidelines that we use in our efforts in coming up with our MST estimates. this is just a background of our compilation, since we all noted that the efforts for MST are much related to the efforts that we have for the tourism satellite accounts. So way back in the 1980s, we have started our work in coming up with the TSA, and these are much of use in terms of coming up with our MST. So we can see here that it's a long shot that we had for TSA, wherein we started coming up with or establishing a working group. This was mentioned a while ago in one of the presentation, in one of the strategies to come up with MST. So we have our working group, and then we pass a resolution providing a classification system for focus on tourism. So that's our strategy for TSA. And as I mentioned, as we noted, of course, the efforts in TSA are also linked to what we are doing also in MST. So in 2017, we have our Manila Call for Action, and we are happy to host that event, the Philippines together with DOT. And that Manila Call for Action in 2017 ignited our effort to come up with our MST estimates. So we are delighted, of course, to say that from this undertaking, we were able to release our 2012 to 2020 estimates for MST this year, and it was posted on our website. Taking reference again to the framework provided a while ago by Mr. Carl, we saw that there are 3 dimensions, but in the case of the Philippines, what we are working, so we have already the economic indicators because of our TSA. We are now working in the environmental and social dimensions of this framework, and we started coming up with 3 indicators: the water, energy, and the carbon dioxide. So that's our status at the moment. So we have these 3 indicators for the environment, and we are still, of course, we wanted to firm up these indicators. We wanted to look at the different parameters that we are using. And of course, we wanted to really capture the needs of our stakeholders. So this is the main takeaway again from the session 1. It's the engagement with our stakeholders. So we wanted to invite them also to engage with us for us to come up with the needs in terms of the policies that the government is in need of as of this time. So the Philippines take leverage on the available statistics that we have. We have the tourism satellite accounts, we have the national accounts, and the supply and use table of the agency. So we use this, and in addition, we have information on the prices of these commodities, the water, electricity, and petroleum and other fuel products. We obtain this from the other agencies, and to support this, we also use the conversion factors coming from the Environmental Protection Agency of the United States. So these are some of the data that we are utilizing, at the same time mentioning the limitation of the efforts that we had for MST. So again, just briefly, we utilize our supply and use table to come up with the spending focusing on the water, energy, and to derive the carbon dioxide later on. So these are just some methodology that we could provide in detail once we have also the national workshop, because in the Philippines, we are really planning to have a national workshop for the compilation of this MST statistics. We know the role and contribution of tourism. It's very known that the tourism plays a significant role in terms of contributing to the economy of one country. So in the Philippines, we came from the 12.8% share of tourism in 2019. But due to the pandemic, it went down to 5.4 in 2020. So with this being said, we saw here the relationship of the movement of the tourism sector with respect to the performance of our economy. It's really driving the Philippine economy. So the tourism, it's really playing a significant role in our economy. In terms of the water consumption, in our estimates for the MST, initial estimates, we have this disaggregation, we have this different expenditure and service expenses. And we noted here, for example, for the case of the water, that most of the consumption is attributed to the accommodation services for visitors. So it is being shown here in the graph. Again, the series that we have is from 2012 to 2020. We have other information that we can derive. We were able to come up with the water consumption of tourism in relation to the consumption of the entire economy. And we noted that in 2020, it's 2.5% of the consumption of the economy. So this again went down from the average of 14.8% from the period 2012 to 2019. So again, that's for the water. And then we have also information on the energy consumption, providing this breakdown. But still in this, in terms of energy consumption, again, we can see here accommodation services is taking the bulk of this energy consumption in this given period. So in terms of the share to total consumption of the economy, in terms of the energy, we noted here that, again, a significant share is being attributed to tourism. But again, in 2020, it went down to 4.6%. And this is just showing you the share or the distribution between the water and energy consumption of domestic and the inbound tourism, wherein the bulk is being attributed to domestic tourism for both indicators. And this is just saying here in terms of the carbon dioxide emission that a bulk is being attributed to the transport services of tourism. So this is speaking of the carbon dioxide emission. And in terms of the use or the carbon dioxide emission of the economy coming from this use of electricity and petroleum, we are saying here that, again, there's a significant share of tourism that's 19.7 on average from period 2012 to 2019, but again went down to 7.7% in 2020. So there are things that we wanted to improve in our MST compilation. First most is the exploration of alternative information to improve our MST compilation. So we need to deepen our understanding on this MST initiative. And on the second one, we, of course, in relation to item 1, is to strengthen the current methodology and to have validation processes to possibly conduct consultations with important players in the tourism sector. Third one is, of course, to advocate the use of MST to users for policy development, as we have noted and discussed in session 1. And then fourth item would be, again, the exploration and identification of additional indicators, because we believe we have just this initial list and there are other indicators that we can focus on or study also, which are also important in terms of crafting policies for the government. And last but not the least is to integrate our efforts in MST with the existing environment and ecosystem accounts. And this much relate to the presentation of Mr. Anthony a while ago, wherein he related the MST efforts to the ocean accounting. So this is the direction that we wanted also to happen in the case of the Philippines, not just for ocean accounting, but to the environmental accounts or to the ecosystem accounting that was mentioned also by Ms. Alessandra in her keynote message. I think that's all for my presentation for the Philippines. Thank you everyone for your attention.
Thank you, Sir Gerald, for presenting the Philippines energy consumption. We sincerely appreciate, of course, our dear partner, the Philippine Statistics Authority, for always being together with the Philippine Department of Tourism. So now we will proceed with our next panelist, who would present in behalf of, from Manila. We will now proceed to Fiji. She is experienced with 10 years of service in the statistics department, and she joined as a project officer and currently is the senior statistician in the economic statistics division of the Fiji Bureau of Statistics, managing national account and sector satellite account. Let's all welcome all the way from Fiji, Miss Artika Devi. Good afternoon, ma'am. Hi, Miss Artika. All right, I can see you now, ma'am. All right, good afternoon, all the way from Fiji. Kindly unmute yourself.
Sorry. Hello from Fiji, Bula, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to be part of this forum. So, yeah, I would like to extend my gratitude to UNWTO for inviting me to be part of this session. And my name is Artika, as Jem has mentioned, on the work that has been carried out so far on MST, or measuring sustainability of tourism in Fiji. So let me just share my screen.
All right, we'd like to check Miss Kartika because I think we're just having a little bit of a technical difficulty. Miss Artika, are you there? I think we can probably go back to Miss Artika's presentation, if that's okay. We'll proceed with the session that will be presented by Thailand. Would that be okay? So that we can move forward with our presentation. We'll go back later to Miss Artika. So I'd like to call on the assistant to the permanent.
Yes.
Oh, you're here? You're here?
Are you able to hear me?
I think your line is a little bit, we can't hear you clearly. So we probably we can just, have Miss Artika later. All right. So we'll proceed with the presentation of Thailand, presenting the link between the tourism satellite account and the system of economic environmental accounting for Thailand. We're pleased to have with us Assistant to Permanent Secretary, Mr. Mongkon Wimonrat.
Okay, hello.
Adika.
Hello, Sawadee. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon from Thailand. I am Mongkon Wimonrat, Assistant Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism and Sports. Due to time limitation, I would like to talk briefly about what is happening in linking TSA and SIA cooperation in my country. Next slide. In Thailand, the statistical system is mixed system for basic consensus and surveys. These are conducted by National Statistical Office or NSO. In case of national account statistics and national input-output table, as well as national supply and use table, these are compiled by National Economic and Social Development Council. For specific statistics and indicators needed by each organizations, the organizations have to develop such statistics and indicators for their own use. Nowadays, since it has become more complex for government to administer, statistical system in Thailand has become decentralized. Go to the point of activities that authorities have tried to develop indicators for measuring tourism sustainability in Thailand. As I learned and would like to convey to you that there are some major organizations have role in compiling sustainable tourism measurement findings. At the Office of Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism and Sports, apart from compiling basic tourism statistics, we also compile systematic individual indicators in response to MST that I have reported regularly to the government and to UNWTO. Our office also has responsibility in the construction of TSA, and during last 2 years, we have experimented to compile linking TSA and SIA. Following the suggestion by UNWTO regarding to TSA, Thailand possesses over a decade in compiling TSA with following TSA recommendation methodology framework 2008. We work closely with National Account Office to ensure that in supply side, tourism industry production, and in the aggregation term, tourism GDP figure in TSA become consistent to overall production and GDP of the country. However, in demand side, we use our own tourism statistics which our expenditure side figure in TSA come from survey data that conducted by our office. We also make consideration about inbound tourism expenditure and outbound tourism expenditure with the data those presented in balance of payment made by Bank of Thailand. We also construct tourism input-output table. The last table is for the year 2017. Tourism industry groups in the table are disaggregated into 32 groups. The main objective of table is for economic impact calculations. For the comparison of linking TSA and SIA, we have produced these systematic accounts for the whole country or national level in the year 2017 and 2018, following instruction made by UNWTO, that is linking the TSA and the SIA a technical note. In order to learning about the possibility to implement linking TSA and SIA at the area base, we have made thorough comparison linking TSA and SIA in Bangkok, where is the most important tourism area in Thailand. Apart from my office tasks in MST measurement, National Science and Technology Development Agency has developed TSA and TSA linked SIA in tourism cluster area or sub-regional level. For the benefit of tourism development policy formulation and statistical development purpose, our National Statistical Office or SSO in collaboration with related organizations has also developed the ocean account for Thailand in producing this systematic sustainable tourism measuring. The related organization work all together closely under establishing working groups. Next slide. Next slide. In this slide, I would like to show you about our linking Thailand TSA and SIA frameworks. We produce 4 accounts. That is the water accounts, the energy accounts, the solid waste account, and the greenhouse gas accounts. Basic method to estimate this figure are derived indirectly from national input-output table and tourism input-output table. Tourism ratio are obtained from TSA, and then these resource flow are integrated with TSA and presented in physical term in the potential combined presentation for tourism industry table. In our resource flow estimation, in the accounts, we have extended from physical term figure to monetary term figure estimation. We use related average price of resource that's so in market of country. For example, in terms of water, we use average price of water sold by water supply authorities. For energy, we use average price of petroleum products to estimate value of petroleum use and average price of electricity to estimate the value of electricity used. We also collected expenditure of both central government and local government for resource protection and cost of resources rehabilitation from various administrative records. I would like to mention again that we are in the process of working on a pilot project for this account construction, so that we have to use it for internal use only. Next slide. The preliminary results can show you in this slide. This is the aggregate of physical supply and use of the 4 resources in tourism industries and non-tourism industries. Next slide. And in this slide, all resources are integrated into TSA and presented in the potential combined presentation for tourism industries. In this slide, you can see the portion of environment flows used by tourism and related industry for the purpose of tourism activities. Next slide. In this slide, or resources used by tourism industry and related industries are estimated in monetary terms by using related average price in market. Next slide. Consequently, we estimate green tourism direct GDP, which is obtained by tourism direct GDP from TSA subtracting by total cost of resource use and resource protection cost. It can conclude that in tourism industry, total resource cost is accounted for about 19% when compared to the GDP. In conclusion, I consider that in the case of Thailand, to improve and produce more efficient mean to better link TSA and SEER estimation, there might be some major requirements. These are, first, there should be a systematic SEER construction officially in Thailand. At the moment, there is unclear that which organization has to be responsible for national SEER comparison. Whenever we have national SEER construction, my office can use it and can make a better linking TSA and SEER estimations. The last, to produce more accurate linking TSA and SEER construction, it requires primary data from survey to support the estimation, especially important data that cannot get it from secondary source. For example, data about alternative energy produced and consumed or underground water produced and used by tourism industry. Thank you very much for your attention. สวัสดีครับ
Sawadika, thank you very much to our assistant to Permanent Secretary, Mr. Mongkon Wimonrat. Thank you for sharing Thailand's tourism sustainability and also tourism satellite account, Kapunka. And I think we would be calling once again Ms. Artika, who would be presenting Fiji's key lessons. Ms. Artika, are you now available?
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My apologies, I won't be able to start on the video due to network connection issues. So my sincere apologies for that. Let me just share my screen before we start. Okay. Good afternoon. Actually, it's good evening now. Ngula from Fiji. I would like to extend my gratitude to UNWTO for having Fiji part of this workshop. As you know, my name is Artika, and on behalf of my team, I would be presenting on the work that has been carried out so far on measuring the sustainable tourism in Fiji. As you know, Fiji is an island country and tourism is significant in Fiji. In terms of the visa arrivals, the three major visa arrival destinations that we have are Australia, New Zealand, and the United States of America. Tourism is noted to be the largest foreign exchange earner for a core part of our national development plan. It is one of the key sectors in the national development plan, and as well as the green growth framework that revolves around restoring the balance in the development that is sustainable for the future. And also the livelihoods of most of the coastal Fijians also depend largely on tourism as well. So it is one of the significant contributor to the growth, and definitely it needs to be sustained for the future. In terms of the tourism contribution, and is the third largest contributor to the economy and the economic growth in Fiji, following the two other industries, which are manufacturing and wholesale and retail industry, respectively. Given the pandemic, it has really affected the tourism industry in Fiji from the year 2020. And we hope and are hopeful that since the borders have opened, and we hope for a quicker turnaround and recovery in this area. So on average, Fiji's direct tourism contribution is around 11.5%. In terms of our
Okay, I think we will be having Miss Artika back on the line again. While having her reconnected, I think we can proceed with our next panelist, who would be presenting the community surveys on altitude tourism in New and Cook Islands from Auckland University, Mr. Simon Milne. Mr. Simon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening from New Zealand.
Good evening.
I'm just trying to start my video. Yep.
Yeah,
great.
we can see you clearly. Go ahead.
Thanks. Okay, so I'll just share my screen with you. Bear with me for 1 second. Hopefully you're all able to see that okay. And thank you very much to UNWTO and to all the organisers for giving me a chance to talk about some of this work today. I run a research institute at Auckland University of Technology, which focuses on helping us understand how we can better link tourism to sustainable community and economic development. One part of that has been a focus on trying to understand community attitudes and awareness of tourism. And a place that we have been doing that work for several years now is the Cook Islands. We've actually been working in the Cook Islands on assisting them create a decision support system to understand tourism and to develop a more sustainable industry since 2012. We began with a focus on the international visitor. So we've been running an international visitor survey there now for 10 years. We then brought in a business confidence index or business survey that started around about 2016 and has now run through 10 cycles. And more recently, we've begun the Community Awareness and Attitude Survey, or the CAS, and that's now been running for 4 years. Together, these different dimensions allow the Cook Islands to generate good time series data that can help them plan and develop the industry in a way that's going to benefit the Cook Islands people, but obviously also strengthen the experience of visitors and help business performance. The key thing here is that we really do need to understand community attitudes to tourism more clearly. We've got a situation around the region where we have some reasonable understanding of visitor perspectives, less information around business, and virtually nothing really about community attitudes towards the industry. So Cook Islands had the vision to develop and run this national survey, which we've helped them design and plan through some work that sort of innovative approaches that we've developed over the years. Originally, this was started off as with a focus on understanding the impacts of over-tourism. So too many visitors coming and the kind of pressure that placed on community. Obviously, in the last 2 years, this has shifted towards understanding under-tourism, or the impact of COVID on the community and their attitudes towards tourism. So we've completed 3 surveys to date, national surveys. The latest one is actually just running at the moment and will be closing in the next week. So we try and do that every year. And our focus is on developing a really cost-effective online approach. We work with Cook Islands Tourism and also Vodafone, which is the telecom provider in the Cook Islands. They provide text blasts to all of their cell phone users. We have weekly prizes to encourage participation. And we also have hard copies and also email and online links for people that have difficulty accessing the cell phone. But our focus is really on the cell phone because it is something that's quite ubiquitous. Even in Pacific countries that are less advanced in terms of the development process than the Cook Islands, we still find high use of cell phones. It's a useful tool for us to be able to grapple with some of the challenges of engaging with community. Doesn't replace other approaches, doesn't replace interviews and more in-depth qualitative work, but it's a great way for us to get a national picture of what's happening. Currently, the last survey that was completed, we had well over 1,000 responses. That's approximately 8% of the eligible population. The work we're just doing now, we have around 1,350 responses. So that's getting up over 10% of the population. Of the eligible population, we only survey over 18. We're able to break down the data across a range of different categories, whether people are Cook Island Māori or not, age group, island of residence, employment type, whether people are connected to tourism or not through jobs. We've also been running the same survey in UA. We conducted that successfully in 2019, again using the cell phone approach primarily, as well as social media links. And that's also about to be repeated later this, late December and early 2022. The idea with this work is we want it to be used by policymakers, planners, industry, community. We also want this to be used by New Zealand agencies because New Zealand is the primary market for the Cook Islands in terms of tourism. New Zealand has been very much involved with creating a travel bubble with the Cook Islands a few months ago, which was a success story for a few months until COVID came back to New Zealand. These agencies in New Zealand have found the data from community also very useful when they are looking to plan and develop this bubble. So we're finding the data being used in several places. I just want to talk to you about what this data can do and what it can achieve. And this is just an example of some time series data. It just shows you what percentage of our respondents are Cook Island Māori and non-Māori. I think the main point I want to raise here is not only is time series data really great for understanding trends, it's also really good to help us understand how robust our data is. So if we're getting over time samples that reflect or are showing that there's consistency over time and also reflect census data, for example, we can be very confident about the robust spread of our data. We're also aiming, of course, to capture different age groups. And this just shows you that mobile phone users in particular, because that's how most people access the survey, are not just young people. They're spread way across age groups. This allows us to also understand the impact of age on community attitudes towards tourism. We can also capture information on where people live and also where they work. Are they connected to tourism? Are they focused in their work on non-tourism activities? All of these things can have an influence. And of course, as you can see here, we can cross-tabulate them across different dimensions. Coming back to a good point that I think Carl made earlier, we need to make sure that data collected can be drilled down to, or data mined to help us understand what's happening at a local level, at a regional level, at an island level. Our focus there is very much with this work is on helping us understand what's happening in outer islands, not just the main tourism islands of Rarotonga and Aitutaki. Also, where sample size allows, we're able to drill down and look at specific villages and their attitudes towards tourism. Just as another example of the work we can look at here and how it helps guide our data mining, we can see that 41% of all the respondents in 2020 said that they worked in tourism or owned a tourism business. A further 20% of those who responded no to that also receive income from tourism. So that's 60% receiving some form of income directly from tourism. But we can also see that 68% of respondents are also saying that they've got family members who work in tourism. So this really shows us the depth of the role that tourism plays in the Cook Islands economy. This 2020 survey was captured during the lockdown as well. There were still wage subsidies being provided. There was still mothballing of businesses going on as well. So this also, through a time series perspective, allows us to understand how community engagement in terms of employment with tourism is changing. We can also ask a number of other questions that focus on people's attitudes towards tourism. So do you think that tourism is good for the Cook Islands? Here, what is really interesting is we have not seen a massive drop at all with COVID. We've seen pretty consistent figures to what we've seen in the previous 2 years prior to COVID, during the period of what we might call over-tourism. We had numbers in the Cook Islands then closing in on 200,000 and a domestic population of around 15 to 18,000. So you can see that the ratio of visitor to locals is high, but we have not seen a shift over this period. We've also seen a continued sense of pride in tourism, and also the sense that people directly benefit from tourism has not changed dramatically. These are 5-point Likert scales, again tracing change from 2018 to 2020. So these are positive signs when we look at the potential for tourism to come back. We haven't seen a rapid decline in community attitudes towards tourism, at least in these areas. But what is really important is that we drill down not just to outer islands and to local areas, but to also understand differences within community. So one thing we're particularly interested in is understanding the different attitudes between Cook Island Maori, the indigenous people of the Cooks, and non-Cook Island Maori, many of whom are New Zealand expatriates, many of whom are involved also in running tourism-related businesses. You can see here the critical thing is that both groups feel reasonably proud to live in a place that can attract many visitors. This again is on a Likert scale of 5 for 2020. But you can see that those that don't say they, or the scale, if you like, the Likert scale response in terms of I directly benefit from tourism is far lower for Māori than it is for non-Cook Island Māori. So a policy issue here is how can we make tourism work more effectively for not just non-Cook Island Māori, but definitely for Cook Island Māori as well. It's a vital component of the tourism strategy. You can also see that these responses vary dramatically depending on whether you actually work in tourism or not. And you can see that those that benefit, they say they benefit directly from tourism who work in tourism, that Likert scale response is 4.3. If they don't work in tourism, they're saying they're much more equivocal about their benefits that are derived from tourism. Over time, it's good for us to be able to trace these things. Are we seeing that Cook Island Māori, people that don't work in tourism, are feeling that they benefit from tourism more or less? You can see all of this data and the time series data on the websites that I showed in some of those earlier slides, our main Pacific resource site. you can also contact me by email, and I'll put that email up at the end. A further factor that we can build in here, of course, which is so vital, is COVID-19 responses. The Cook Islands are at the front of the pack in terms of being able to understand how their visitor has changed. We've already analysed and presented reports on the post-COVID visitor to the Cooks. They're older, they're higher income, they are spending considerably more than visitors that came prior to COVID. But it's also vital that we understand the business and the community impacts. And the community impacts are really quite important for us to understand as the Cooks and other destinations look to open up post-COVID. So simple questions like, do you think tourists should be allowed back in the Cook Islands? And here again, you can see there's a difference between Cook Island Māori, who again are more equivocal about this, only 50% of them saying yes, compared to nearly 70% of non-Cook Island Māori. We can drill down into more detail by asking a series of prompts or questions or statements and how people respond to them on a Likert scale. And again, consistently, you can see that Cook Island Māori are more worried about bringing tourists back into the Cook Islands, are more supportive of the current, at the time, 2020 border closures. They're also a little bit more reticent in thinking about the benefits of the return of tourism actually outweighing the potential health risks. So again, we're running this survey now. We're going to be able to see how people's attitudes have changed over the last year as they've had an experience of a travel bubble, and also as they are starting to think about opening up their borders in just a few weeks' time to New Zealand. They now have vaccination rates into the high 90%, and they're looking to open up. So we want to understand more about how community feels about this. The great thing about the survey that we run is it's not just a tick box. We do offer people the chance to add qualitative responses and to tell us about what they feel. And this is one of the questions we ask here. If tourists were allowed back into the Cook Islands, how would this affect you and your community? And just looking at the overall responses, there are obviously people can provide multiple responses here, so they don't add up to 100%. But if we look at the breakdown of the responses we can get, you can see that around 50%, 56% of visitors responses, involved some form of positive element to them. You can see the focus there on tourism as job creation, economic benefit, people wanting tourism to come back so that they can have a return to those economic heydays, if you like. But also you can see among those negative, 31% of all comments were in that negative space, a real emphasis on safety, health, and worries about how to manage areas that are overcrowded, for example. We've also got a lot of really great suggestions from community about how health protocols, how risk can be managed more effectively. So this kind of information is absolutely vital for the Cook Islands government as they look to open up borders and they move forward. This also represents a model that can be used elsewhere in the same way that the Cook Islands IVS has now become a model for the Pacific Tourism Data Initiative, which is funded by MFAT, and where we are running IVS in 10 Pacific countries. We believe that this model and what we followed in UA can be a starting point for other countries. It may not be every destination can rely on cell phones to the same extent. It may be that we have to look at other models and approaches, but we do think there are innovative ways, cost-effective ways that we can go ahead and gather community data. So the key takeaways: build close relationships with your stakeholders. Try and make sure you've got multiple agencies interested and involved in this work. This is all funded through the Cook Islands, and the cost is, I can tell you, is under $20,000 a year. So it's a low cost for a really good data set. Co-develop your research tools, work closely with government, community and stakeholders to get the right questions. Mix qualitative and quantitative dimensions when you can, because those long answer responses are very valuable. Think about ways that you can also link to focus groups and other tools. Focus on innovative approaches that can cut costs and be sustained over time so that you have a barometer of change over time. Build capacity to not just conduct research in country, but also make sure that you're building the capacity of industry, government, and communities to use this community data and to understand why it's valuable. Also, ensure that community dimensions are factored into tourism decision support systems and statistics. It's absolutely critical that we do that. So ngā mihi, that is Māori for thank you. It's been a pleasure to join you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Simon, for sharing with us the experiences of Niue and Cook Island. Thank you. Now I think we can continue on with the presentation of Ms. Artika before we proceed with our Q&A. Ms. Artika, are you now available? All right, we're just checking if she's okay to proceed where she left off earlier for the presentation. So some of the key points that we are looking really is stressing out the importance of stakeholder consultation, really important, as we have seen within the presentations from our partners within the Asia-Pacific region, specifically Thailand. And we also have, of course, from the Philippines and then Niue and Cook Island. It's somehow a good basis on how we can actually get our data and information in order for this information to be cascaded, not only for government purposes, but also for our stakeholders. So I believe a lot more would be expounded later on during our session 3, wherein we see the indicators that's being used in order to formulate a good framework. So with that, I'd like to check if Ms. Artika is actually available now for her presentation. And looking at our participants, we are currently 69 people inside our webinar. So we sincerely thank everyone for joining us, even though we are on different time zones. Thank you from the Philippines. And I think we can now proceed with the question and answer session. I'd like to turn over the floor once again to Mr. Carl to facilitate the panel discussion for session 2. Mr. Carl, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jem, and thank you for all of the excellent presentations that we've just heard. Some really great detail there. It's certainly a pity that we didn't get to see the presentation from Fiji. I've seen some of their work early in the MST journey, and yeah, really quite enjoyed seeing what was possible in that space as well. So I'm not seeing, there's some very specific questions that had come up on sort of tourism statistics. That had come up in the chat. So I think if other people had some particular questions, I can see one that's come through for you, Simon. Interested to know about how you would encourage Maori to participate in the tourism activities. So yeah, how do you get that? You mentioned the blast of the phones and sort of trying to get that engagement, but there are other things that you do to sort of build that relationship with the partly the people you're collecting data from, but I guess also this more generally in connecting them into the tourism work, the activities that you're aware of. And then I'd like to put all 3 panelists on notice for the question that's gone through my mind in hearing the presentations about the importance of time series data and yeah, how that has affected the way in which you engage with policymakers and engage with users. I think it was particularly striking, I think, in the presentation from the Philippines about the dramatic drop-off in 2020, but it was really obvious when you were able to see a time series over the previous 8 or 9 years, but it was equally evident, I think, in Simon's presentation of just going through for a 3-year period. So any thoughts and reflections on the time series thing? But I'll go to Simon first on the particular question about the engagement with Maori. So thanks, Simon.
Thanks, Carl. I think there's 2 elements to this. So I think one is, how do you get people to engage with the survey? And then the second thing is obviously, how are we trying to engage Maori more in tourism? So it's actually the community survey research and other research that's been conducted in the Cooks that allows us to gain insights on how we can actually get Maori to be a more active group of players in the tourism industry, not just as workers but as owners. In terms of getting participation in the survey, the focus really is on making something that is user-friendly, something that people can see the value of, and making sure that it's promoted and presented in a way that they can really engage with. Cook Islands has gone a long way with its tourism weeks and its active engagement of community and reward of community and engaging with tourism to really bolster Cook Island Māori and the community more generally in terms of their links to the industry. I think to engage Māori more effectively with tourism, it's about understanding where the potential and the costs of tourism lie. So I haven't covered this here, but you'll see it in the website resource page that I did put into the slide. When you look at the full report, we have questions about things like, what are the impacts of tourism on access to housing and affordable housing? Do you think there should be more Airbnb operations in the country, because that tends to diminish housing stock? Is your environment or your quality of life negatively impacted by tourism? If people can feel that someone is asking them those questions and also are able to trace what's happened to those responses over time, that is actually a great way to find how you need to, what you need to do to engage and encourage Indigenous Māori to get involved. So sorry for a long-winded question, but I hope that was useful.
No, that's great. So I might then throw to the question. I've got another question that's come in as well on spatial planning, but I'd certainly be interested in the Gerald, your response to this issue around time series and how, particularly what you've seen in 2020 with quite a large change, about whether or not that caused new challenges in measurement, but also the sort of how that big fall in 2020 was taken on board by decision makers.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. Actually, we really, in the statistics, we really appreciate having really a time series. So in terms of the impact, in terms of the policies in the case of the Philippines, of course, this just tells us that the role of the tourism sector is really significant in terms of the water or energy consumption indicators, because in the case of the Philippines, considering of course the pandemic situation we have, the movement of persons were really limited. So it's quite as expected. The performance really of the tourism sector fell in that aspect. But in terms of the water and consumption and the energy and the other indicator on the carbon dioxide, again, this entail further discussions also with our policymakers on how to maybe what they say, to use this information in terms of boosting the tourism activities, because we are still at the moment, we are still in the process of really coping with the pandemic situation in the country. So I think this is a good gauge for our policymakers to look into this if we need to somehow weaken or we need to open up the economy. This is one of the policy concern right now. If we are to be more less strict in terms of the people coming in the country, or do we need to really open up and just maybe lower the alert levels in the country? So these are very important things for discussion. Carl, thank you very much for this question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gerald, for the answer. I might ask a question about the to our expert from Thailand, Mr. Mokong. I wondered whether you might be able to give a response to the question about spatial planning. You had mentioned in your presentation that you had done some work for Bangkok in particular, and I wondered whether the focus on green tourism measures and looking at different environmental measures was something that was being considered when making planning decisions within Bangkok as a particular city which has a lot of tourism activity.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
In the future, my office have a plan to extend some area in Thailand, but now it depends on the situation and budget give to my office to extend some area in Thailand to make the GSA and SEA in the future.
Okay, excellent. Simon, I was wondering, maybe you had a thought on the spatial planning side of things. You looked at the more detailed work within the Cook Islands. Yeah, how has that sort of played out in a sense in sustainability terms?
Oh, I think I think it's a great question, and I suppose as a geographer, an economic geographer, I suppose I'm very much focused on scale and space. Not just the Cook Islands, we see it here in New Zealand. Often we have national level data that is useful and provides some insights. But as soon as you are a community looking to perhaps think about developing a community tourism project, or an investor looking to come on board and invest in a particular offshore island or location, you soon realize that the data you need is just not there. So I think one of the critical issues really is to think a little bit about, when the data is being collected, what are the opportunities to allow you to drill down not just into different markets or market segments, or not just into understanding different sectors, but also understanding space. And certainly in the Pacific, we see this as really critical for planning, because obviously the kind of impact that you see in a place like Rarotonga, which is the center of Cook Islands tourism, is quite different from a place like Attu or Mangaya, outer islands that only get a few hundred visitors a year. But also, I think what's really important is that, and I'm sure Carl and others will have experienced this, often when you do go to countries and you move away from the main tourism focus areas, people get frustrated when you're talking to them, and all you can do is share national data that's actually not relevant to themselves. And that actually stops them engaging with research and engaging with tourism planning and policy making. They feel left out. So another way to get people and communities and businesses to engage is to actually make sure that they have got data that's relevant to them, and that they can be part of developing the questions and the indicators that perhaps you're looking at those scales.
Yeah, that's fantastic advice. And indeed, I think it was certainly one of the motivators for MST in the first instance was trying to get a larger network of people looking at developing data at destination scale, but then trying to do that in a way which is statistically consistent, rather than every destination doing their own thing. How could we try and then share the information across different places, and hence the role for official statistics. Maybe then a final question, and I'll go to Gerald in this space. Have you thought about doing your work in the MST space for regions within the Philippines? So you've done work for water and energy, but yeah, looking at that subnational scale and perhaps even for specific tourism destinations.
Should I go first? Yes, Carl, actually, definitely, this is the direction that we are moving on. First, right now, since at the national scale, we took off from the TSA, our short-term direction right now is really to develop the TSA at the sub-national level at the moment. And then at the same time, while doing that, we could also do some environmental accounts that we could be used later on also in linking and coming up with our MST indicators. So definitely that's the target, though it's quite maybe a long shot from now, but that's the direction, Carl. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, I think we're now into the wrapping up session. I think we've certainly gone a little bit more beyond the agenda time, but thank you very much. Jem, I'll hand back to you. I think if we can just ask all the panelists to stay on the screen as well, I think that's one of the ideas. So
yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carl. Before that, let's just take a photo up of our session 2 panelist and moderator. If we could spotlight our session 2 speakers and moderator. Thank you very much for presenting your best practices within your specific region. All right, so we will remove, okay, just a moment. All right, I think we will be having, all right. Okay. Okay, in 3, okay, tech team, please. Okay, are we okay, tech team, with the photo up? I think we're okay, done. Thank you very much. So today, we'd like to once again thank our session 2 speakers and panelists from Mr. Carl, Mr. Simon, Mr. Mongkon, Ms. Artica, and of course, Mr. Gerald. Thank you very much for joining us and for sharing all of the things that you have been implementing with your respective countries. We sincerely appreciate it. And now we will be going for a 1-hour break. So in my time, it's actually 2 o'clock Manila time. So we will be back at 3 o'clock Manila time. So we'll see you all in a while. Thank you very much and have a good day ahead.
Give me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you can bring out all the best I can do. pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know my tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on, we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say, I'm with you through all the way, 'cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me. Changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me.
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you.
hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you can bring out all the best I can do. How to leave it turn the tide and make me feel real good inside. Pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know our tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me, changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me.
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you.
Giving me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you can bring out all the best I can do. How to leave it turn the tide and make me feel real good inside. Pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, my tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me, changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me.
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you.
Give me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way. And only you can bring out all the best I can do. How to leave a turpentine, make me feel real good inside. Pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know my tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me, changes giving me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you can bring out all the best I can do. I believe it turned the tide, made me feel real good when inside, pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know my tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on, we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say, I'm with you through all the way, 'cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me, changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me.
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you. Every day, the Philippines does more than wait.
hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you can bring out all the best I can do. I believe it turned the tide, made me feel real good when inside pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know my tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on, we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say, I'm with you through all the way, 'cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me, changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me. Give me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you can bring out all the best I can do. I believe it turned the tide, made me feel real good when inside pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know my tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on, we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say, I'm with you through all the way, 'cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me, changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me. give me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you can bring out all the best I can do. How to leave it turn the tide, make me feel you good inside. Pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know the tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me, changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me.
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you. Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you.
Give me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way. And only you can bring out all the best I can do. I believe it turned the tide and made me feel real good inside. Pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know my tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on, we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say, I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me. Changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me. Give me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way. And only you can bring out all the best I can do. I believe it turned the tide and made me feel real good inside. Pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know my tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on, we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say, I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me. Changes everything I see when I know I've got you
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you. Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you. Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you.
Give me hope, strength strength's the will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way. And only you can bring out all the best I can do. How to leave it turn the tide. It made me feel real good inside. Pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know the tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little lies that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me. Changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me. Giving me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way. And only you can bring out all the best I can do. How to leave it turn the tide. It made me feel real good inside. Pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know the tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little lies that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me. Changes everything strength's the will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way. And only you can bring out all the best I can do. How to leave it turn the tide. It made me feel real good when inside pushed me up. And I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know the tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little lies that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me. Changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me. Giving me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way. And only you can bring out all the best I can do. How to leave it turn the tide. It made me feel real good when inside pushed me up. And I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know the tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little lies that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me. Changes everything I see
Good afternoon from Manila, and good morning and good evening to wherever you are around the world. This is Jem Torla once again from the Philippine Department of Tourism, thanking you all for joining us in our UNWTO workshop on measuring sustainability of tourism. So we are down to our last session, wherein we will be discussing indicators as well as measurements of the MST. And to start off, I'd like to introduce our first speaker for session 3. He has this extensive statistical experience managing the statistical operations of Tourism Australia and the Bureau of Immigration and Population Research, as well as leading teams across economic and social statistics at the Australian Bureau of Statistics. We're happy to have with us Mr. Mark Lound, our UNWTO expert. Good afternoon or good evening from your end, Mr. Mark. Hi.
Hi. Thanks, Jem. Yeah, well, it's good afternoon here at the moment. So thank you. Look, I'm moderating this session on deriving indicators and resolving MST measurement issues. I just thought I'd just make a couple of comments before I start on my presentation. One around, gathering statistics, collecting statistics is always a challenge, and it throws up, many issues. MST is a particular challenge because you're trying to cover economic, environmental, and social themes all, virtually at the same time. But there is a lot of data out there. There's a lot of data that's being utilised. There's a lot of data that's not being utilised, as well as it probably could be. And there are new sources becoming available all the time. And I think COVID sort of brought some of this on as well, because it was difficult for a lot of statistical agencies to collect data as they normally did. So there was a lot of things I heard in around tourism, around utilisation of mobile phone data and things like that. So I think that's it'll help to resolve those sort of issues, data issues, and more advances in things like big data and that as well. So there's 2 presentations in this session. The second presentation is from Nico Hirschchap from Stats Netherlands. But first, I'll talk about the work that Carl Obst and myself did in the Pacific on the MST. And after the 2 presentations, then there'll be a discussion and a Q&A session. So hopefully this session will be a nice segue from Tina's session this morning. And she actually provided a lot of background information, which I don't really need to go through. So what I'll really do in this presentation is I'll sort of describe the project, really focus on the work undertaken on building this agreed set of indicators, or start commencing work on building an agreed set of indicators to measure sustainable tourism in the Pacific. So can we move to the next slide? I think that's being handled. Thanks. So SPTO had released a Tourism Pacific strategic plan for the 2024 period. And part of that was, really focusing on developing robust information and research data to drive sustainable tourism growth. So this sort of project, it also very closely aligned with the Pacific Sustainable Tourism Policy Framework, which Tina sort of went through as well. And that was really undertaken at the same time as this strategic plan. So there were 3 phases of this work. The initial work was around an assessment of the statistical systems related to measuring the sustainability of tourism. The second one was really around the Pacific Tourism Statistical Strategy. So it was really this strategic work, developing this strategic part. And the third part, and it's been mentioned a few times today, Clara mentioned it as well, it was sort of tacked on at the end, but it was a really important part, because sometimes you sort of get the strategic plan and put it out and say, okay, let's go and do it. But it really was an implementation plan. There were 2 plans, an implementation and communications plan. And they really focused on, the implementation plan on the steps involved in each part, how much staff, the budget, the resources, who's responsible for what. So it was a really important part of it. And the communications plan also important about engaging stakeholders across all facets, to try and sort of build support for your work in that area. So the next slide. So the phase 1, I'll sort of talk a little bit about the phase 1 part of it, and it really focused on the assessment of tourism statistics system. It was a really important part of it. And it looked at it really from both the user and producer point of view. And we covered sort of themes around the economic, environmental, and the social cultural area as well. As stated, sort of, as we put out in the slide, the objective was really to analyse the institutional arrangements, really do a data assessment, see what data is available, what data gaps are there, and also evaluate statistical capacity. And that's probably in a couple of parts. One's the technical capacity, but also the human resource capacity as well, and where we could see benefits to sort of improving those areas as well. So move on to the next one. So the methodology sort of set out on this slide, it was slightly different where there was a mission countries and non-mission countries. We did the work over 15 countries and there were 6 mission countries and 9 countries that were handled slightly differently. So there was a range of stakeholders we identified, and sort of certainly the mission countries went to go and see, and that ranged from treasury, finance, central banks, to also environmental agencies and cultural organisations and agencies as well. So we identified the stakeholders at first, and then we developed this questionnaire to use as a basis to understand the data availability, the policy issues, and the measurement challenges. So it was for both users and producers of statistics. I was sort of quite lucky in designing the questionnaire as well, because I attended this, Tina talked about this Tourism Minister Council meeting in Nui, and I sort of attended that. That was when this project kicked off, but it also enabled me to field test the questionnaire with the countries with the organisations in Nui, so that helped as well. So those countries, there was a real focus on those 6 countries. The remaining countries, we sent the questionnaire for completion, and we really just mainly focused on the tourism office, the statistical offices, and the agency responsible for environmental policy as well. So the next slide. So I sort of thought it'd be worthwhile to talk about the outcomes, especially around tourism priorities. It was hard to have a sort of one-size-fit-all for the 15 countries because they're very diverse in size, population, and some of their activities as well. But sort of all countries really placed a very high priority on increasing visitor numbers and tourism expenditure. But there were some caveats as well. There was a lot of interest in tourism leakage or the economic leakage. And that was in regards to areas like Airbnb being owned by people outside the country, international hotel chains, and also the benefits for cruise ships. So how those sort of organisations, what was the impact of them on the sharing of economic benefits through the community? And there was also sort of a bit of frustration, I suppose, with some of the some of these agencies that used the economic data, about sort of frustration with getting data for even simple data like visitor numbers, getting in a timely and accurate fashion. Second part was around the impact of tourism on the environment. So a lot of the environmental agencies noted that tourism placed a real stress on land use, but also on areas like water quality and ecosystem condition. So even though they noted a lot of national plans have targets and policies, there was a real comments around a lack of a systematic study of the environmental impacts of tourism. And some of the issues they raised were around climate change, rising sea levels, for some countries in particular. This also impacted on the groundwater. Physical waste is a big problem as well, and really, no country really had a clear plan to handle it. But there were positives around decreasing reliance on imports of fuel and a move to more focus on renewable energy as well. And the third part, and we've brought up a good few things today, it was interesting, watching Simon's presentation earlier. Many strategic plans sort of promoted the importance of traditional cultures, but it was acknowledged that tourism development had been encouraged for many years without really proper consideration of the local impacts. And one reason was because there was a lack of data in that area, and really a lack of understanding of how to collect the data. And I think it was interesting in Simon's work earlier, he was talking about the importance of not just quantitative data, but also qualitative data as well. So I'll move to the next slide. So another part of the outcome was of this assessment was around the measurement issues, identified measurement issues that we had. So I've listed them there. I won't go through all of them, but I just thought I'd just comment on a couple of them there. First one was around the complexity in data collection. So we're aware that tourism really cuts across a wide range of economic activities, and some data is quite straightforward. Passenger cards collect things on business numbers, but measuring tourism contribution to GDP can be quite difficult. As tourism is really not an industry on its own, and it becomes quite complicated to collect. TSAs, are great, and we've talked a lot about them today, but of course they're very complex, and they do require a lot of data, detailed data as well. Down to input output, and maybe quite often, while there's a lot of push to do TSAs, specifically maybe in Pacific Island countries, a TSA might not even answer the key policy questions that people are after. So this complexity is is one issue. The other issue I thought I might quickly mention, and it was something even Alessandra brought up this morning, was about information silos. And that really happens everywhere. Like, I've worked in a number of agencies in Australia. It happens, happens here as well. A lot of agencies have data, but either they won't share it, or there's reluctance to get engaged with other agencies. So that's can be a real problem. And sometimes different ministries aren't even aware of the different data being collected, and not even aware that they have this information available. So that was some of the outcomes from that. And there was a report that was produced, and it really had a second set of recommendations about how to handle some of these issues, but it had a real focus on practicality. So we didn't suggest every country go and produce a TSA. We really focused on, well, what could work for them, and what could we do within the resources available to meet their policy issues. Could go to the next slide, thanks. So the phase 2, and this is something that Tina touched on, so I won't go into it much, but we moved from that into the Pacific Tourism Statistics Strategy, and really the goal of this was to provide a strategic direction for the development and management of tourism statistics, with a real focus on sustainability of tourism, and really trying to integrate with and support and really provide the information base to monitor the progress and effectiveness of policies associated with the Sustainable Tourism Policy Framework. There were other issues, the other objectives around trying to improve stakeholder engagements, collaborations, improving data, and focusing, improving data across all themes as well. But this was really the overall overarching strategic objective. The next slide, thanks. So, as I said, the PTSS came up with a set of recommendations, but the central focus of this was this development of a set of indicators, an agreed set of indicators, really to try and support the measurement of sustainability of tourism in the Pacific, to support the 4 goals of the policy framework that we talked about this morning, but also other regional, national, and global initiatives are going around. And really the other objectives were really focused around improving the statistical environment so that the indicators could be produced. And I've listed there the things around collaborations, data management, and building statistical skills as well. So the next slide. So as I said, this was the first strategic objective, and really the key strategic objective was to developing this set of indicators supporting the PTSF, strategic plans, and the UN Agenda 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. You can go to the next slide, thanks. So what might these indicators look like? So after the assessment phase back in March 2020, which seems a long time ago now, there was actually a workshop. We had a workshop in Fiji where we got a number of the countries together, and we started discussing not just the assessment, but what an initial set of indicators might look like. So this isn't a final set, but I thought it was interesting that these were the ones that came out of the workshop. And it can be used, I think, as a set to start discussions when we start doing the, when the PTSS moves into its engagement phase. And what it took into account was, it took into account the policy issues, but it also looked at things like data availability. We looked at what data systems could handle it as well. So it probably doesn't cover everything, but it's a starting point and it's something to build on. I think that's sort of one thing about these sets of indicators. We may not answer every question the first time we do it, but if we start with something, build on it and then build it up over time. So if you have a look at some of the slides, some of the things there, we look at, proportion of, the number of visitors to the total population, expenditure to the number of visitors. It also looks at, key things that, come out of a TSA in regards to tourism direct GDP. But it also looks at things around water use, energy use, waste generation. I think Carl talked a little bit this morning about land use by tourism activity. And there's social impacts there. We're looking at community perceptions of tourism indicators. That was something in its very early stages of development. And I think, Simon came up with, some of his work today, some of the sort of indicators that might be able to be used. And also sort of tourism employment to total employment. So these sort of some of the factors that, some of the indicators that could be pulled out and used as sort of a starting basis for discussion. Move to the next slide. However, there's a few points I'd just like to make about indicators. And some of these reiterate really the discussions we've had today about them as well. So it's really important that there's a strong link between the indicators and the indicator themes and the policy issues. You really want to make sure there's that policy link and the data that you're producing is being used. I think the importance of time series, and that's something that's come up a number of times today. It is very important. I remember someone years ago told me at the ABS, it's not the first time you run something, it's the 5th, 10th, 20th time you run something. It really starts giving you trends and really being able to start using the data. Also, when we're trying to build sort of the indicators, it doesn't necessarily have to focus on sustainability directly, but it might be a number of data items that would actually build an indicator to be used in the MST. There may be several pieces of data and that could be used. Also, the importance of international standards, definitions, concepts and classifications. I think that's also been reinforced a lot of times today. And sometimes we might need to build from indicators that are already there and derive a tourism version. So, you might look at various, for example, might look at various industries' contribution to GDP, and you might sort of try and use that to sort of derive a tourism connection to GDP. So there might be various, ways to use existing data rather than sort of reinventing the wheel. And of course, another one that's been brought up today is the importance of spatial data. And I think that was really brought home in some of the work that Simon did around the community views. So really, subnational views, spatial views are really important in this area. Go to the next slide. So where are the next steps for these developments of indicators in the Pacific? Well, the first bit which has got a tick, which has already happened, is the PTSS has now been approved by the SPTO Board of Directors, so it's ready to move into the next stage. And that's really like a governance stage. And at the moment, we're looking at the creation of tourism working groups at the national level and the regional level to start being produced. And the regional group will have a subgroup, and the subgroup will be made up of, a sample of countries and some international organisations to lead the development of this initial set of indicators, which would have quite an extensive consultation and evaluation process to look at things like the level of data availability, data quality, timeframes. I think one probably left out there the usefulness, how useful is that data and where is it going to be used as well. And then building up into the collection of information on a regular basis with the first version to be produced by September next year. So that's where we're up to in that work, and just sort of gives you a bit of a feel of how the indicators are sort of come from the assessment phase, I suppose, through to the first stage of the draft phase. So that's sort of the end of that presentation. There'll be a question and answer and discussion at the end, but I think I'll hand back to Jem to introduce Nico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mark, for presenting to us the indicators that were drafted in terms of the tourism statistics. And for our next panelist for session 3, he will be discussing the main challenges for future tourism statistics and including sustainable development. We are happy that we are joined today by Mr. Nico Heerschap, who is currently working as a senior manager researcher at Statistics Netherlands. And we are glad that he could join us all the way from the Netherlands. Hello, sir. A good day to you.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. I said good morning, but for you it's already the afternoon. I see I'm not quite clear, but maybe that's my computer or that's the line. I'm not quite sure. But you can hear me. So I started the presentation myself, or you will share the slides?
You can share your slides, sir, but if you prefer for us.
Okay, I'll share the slides because maybe it's a little bit better than what I sent you. I suppose you can see everything. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. Okay. This one. Okay. Again, good afternoon, and for me it's good morning, still early here, and thank you for inviting me. People ask me to tell something about the Dutch situation concerning indicators which relate to the statistical framework of the MST. I will do that from a more broader perspective, and then I will zoom in, ending up with some pilot we did on the green indicators. So I will start with the broader view. A while ago we had a discussion, I mean we are from the statistical office, with the Ministry of Economic Affairs about data on tourism, because the ministry is responsible for this, for tourism in the Netherlands. And then one of the easy conclusions was that it becomes more and more difficult to answer all kinds of questions of policymakers with our current statistics. So we were interested where are the data needs of policymakers and data users were going to, and where we should invest our money. We only have scarce resources, so it's very important to see what is useful and what is not. So if I look at these data needs, then until say the last 5 to 10 years, the tourism policy of the Netherlands was especially directed to promotion, so to get more and more visitors to the Netherlands as a tourism destination. If you do that for all the time, then it's not a surprise that you have statistics which also relate to these visitors, to the demand side of tourism. So you have most of our national statistics are based on number of tourists, what they're spending, what they're doing, what their origin is. So that's not a surprise. But the last 5 or 10 years, these data needs are really changing. I will not go into all the details and all the developments, but I will touch upon a few of these elements. First of all, in the Netherlands and in many countries, tourism has become a substantial sector of the economy. And by growing quite fast, it also surpassed some borders, leading into what you can call over-tourism in a certain destination. So this development of tourism led to the interest of more policymakers, and these policymakers start to ask other questions than only questions about the number of visitors. They also wanted information about the supply side, about businesses and impacts. And first of all, that was mainly the economic impact of tourism. The need for more supply side data and economic data was also emphasized in the COVID period, because the Dutch government, as many governments, wanted to support the tourism industry. Maybe a specific development for the Netherlands is that 5 years ago, the tourism policy was shifted from the national government to the local government, and it led in the Netherlands to a strong growth for regional data, first of all, but it also led to the fact that there was no management anymore of what you can see as a total data ecosystem of tourism. There was no any management at all, so it was difficult also to build up a national data strategy, and it was also difficult to get structural funding. And also what happened, if we don't make statistics on a national level, and there's a need for on a local level, the local level will start making statistics, but these statistics are not coordinated among each other, and also not coordinated with central statistics or national statistics. And the third important thing was the change in perspective on tourism. This is not specifically for the Netherlands, but this is you can see in most countries this is happening. So what you see, you have a shift from promotion to management to stewardship and even beyond. And I'm with even beyond, I mean that tourism is not longer seen as a standalone system, but is a part of development of destinations. So that means, in practice, means that tourism has to compete with other functions of the destination, like water, traffic, agriculture, industry, but especially with the living space of the inhabitants in this place. And it's also lead to the fact that you don't only want the positive effects or only the economic effects, but you want all the effects. So the economic effects, and what's already said by Mark, also you want to know where the benefits of the spending of visitors is going. You want to know things about environmental impacts, and especially the social impacts, including, in this case, cultural heritage things. And if you look at the social impact, what you want is to look at the tourism pressure at the one side and the carrying capacity on the other side. This relates a little bit to what is called the donut economy of Kate Raworth. I will not go into that specifically, but maybe it's interesting to look at her theories. In this case, also, we didn't do too much about this element of indicators, but at least the city of Amsterdam made a quite elaborate report on the tourism pressure in one side and the carrying capacity on the other side, especially if it concerns the inhabitants of the city. Now, if you want to manage tourism, you also need to know what is coming at you. In fact, so there's also a strong growing need for predictions. If you want to make predictions, you also have more insight into what are the drivers of tourism. So in fact, if you summarize it, maybe we have to redefine what the success factors are of tourism and what kind of data is needed for this. Also, there's a change in the data environment. This has also already been touched by Mark. You get administrative sources, you get big data. And this all leads to the strategy you want. One side is you have to keep up the current statistics on the demand side of tourism running. You have even improved them because there are still gaps there. On the other side, you have to start to work on new statistics in areas like supply, impact and drivers of tourism, and that you have to do that all in a changing data environment that makes it rather complex. So where are we as the Netherlands trying to go to? I only touch a few points. This is a little bit like the structure. What we do is, what you see here is the national data strategy. We want to start up a central national data strategy. This national data strategy should be based on the national, but also the local data needs. It's fine that local governments do their own statistics, as long as they apply or they're in line with a certain standard we are setting up. So at least they can be used as input for a central data platform and knowledge base. This knowledge base can also be, data platform can also be fed by surveys, administrative sources, and big data. Important in this data platform is also there's an integration framework. So you can analyze different sources as standalone, but also in a combination with other sources. If you look more at the content, then these are a little bit what we sketched in general. So all statistics also on a national level must have a regional component. If you look at the demand side, you can look at the improvement of current statistics, but that has its limits. And it's also important still to work on gaps like day trippers, flows of visitors, indicators on satisfaction. And if you want to influence flows, you want to management flows of visitors, then you need influencing instruments. The supply side is like low-hanging fruit. There is many statistics already available at the statistical office. Impacts we already have. We have all the benefits and costs of tourism, and not only the benefits of tourism. And then there is left the drivers of tourism. Also, there are already many data available. We also need here data from other countries because they are maybe markets for the visitors who come to your country. Then there's two other elements like digitalization and employment. Employment is not only the number of people working or their characteristics, but also their competences. They're quite important. And of course, the need for small sized enterprises. So for us, it's at the moment important to look at a little bit longer term vision to set it up. What we have is usually a problem with structural funding, but we hope if we have this national data strategy in place, we can have a better structural funding. And what we think, we cannot do it all ourselves, so we need a cooperation with other organizations within the Netherlands. So a good way to start is the framework of the MSD. So if you look at the elements of the MSD and you look at what we have on data in the Netherlands, you can see that we have many data. We didn't actually produce all these data because that would ask a lot of resources. But if we must produce the data, we can produce a lot of data. We also make a yearbook every year where we already produce some of the indicators. So now if I go into this more specific pilot, we looked also at some green indicators. And the first question, of course, is why we want to look at these indicators. And yeah, this is not really a surprise. Like the environment, biodiversity, climate change is in the heart of the policy discussions almost everywhere and in society. But also tourism is a contributor, and this I mean in a negative sense, to environment issues and threats on biodiversity or climate change. Here, especially you look at the transportation, and especially air transportation. You look at, for example, fine dust emissions on natural areas. So it's important to monitor the progress in also in the tourism sector. I think it's also important for the tourism in the sector itself. And for especially, you could look at one side, you have the economic growth, and usually that is correlated with greater emission or greater pollution in relation to the eco-efficiency that is maybe possible through the use of technology. I will show you a small example or something later. So if you want to measure green indicators, then it's also important to have a good and precise definition. So we're quite in favor of using undisputed conceptual frameworks, and we are also in favor of using questionable indicators. So in fact, that means international agreed indicators and frameworks. So what indicators did we measure? We measured more because we have the environmental accounts, and they have more measures, but we didn't take all the indicators. The first 5 years are the most important measures. So energy use, water use, waste generation, greenhouse gas emission, and fine dust emission. These are also the most used indicators in the policy discussion in the Netherlands. And who is making it? Yeah, we are making these indicators as a statistical office, because we have these frameworks like the environmental accounts. How did we make these indicators and relate that to tourism? So we used, in fact, 3 frameworks. That is tourism satellite account, a system of economic and environmental accounts, and a national accounts. All these frameworks are based on the same basis. That is the basis of the national accounts, and they also have the same scope of production. That is the resident activity. So that means that it only applies to those activities which take place in the Netherlands. So what you are missing here is, for example, that people are traveling, the Dutch people who are traveling outside the Netherlands, they are not part of this system. We discussed 2 approaches, the production approach and the consumption approach. The choice for the production approach because it was a little bit more simple, and we didn't have that much resources. So if you look at the production approach, we used, in fact, 3 sources. I already mentioned the TSA, the environmental accounts, and the national accounts. And it's quite simple. Looking at the environmental accounts, you look at the amount of emissions or use of materials. Then you have a ratio which is based on the total production of activity divided by that part which is related to tourism, and that comes from the TSA. So it's a rather simple way of doing it. There's a disadvantage that yeah, you have some presumptions which you take for granted, so that there's some work still there to be done. We didn't choose for this consumption approach. The advantage of the consumption approach is that you have more possibilities. You can also look, if you use input and output modeling, you can look at indirect effects, but the disadvantage is that it is a little bit more complicated, and you have to use more presumptions also in this model. If I look at some basic results, the left slide shows, first of all, the contribution of tourism in the Netherlands on the GDP. It is an average, yearly average, in the period of 2010-2015. And that also is the case for employment. So for GDP, it's about 3%, and for employment, it's about 5%. Then if you relate it to these indicators, then you can see that waste generation, and biomass and fine dust emission are not that big in the tourism industry, but water use and especially energy use and green gas emissions are much bigger. Water use is especially connected to accommodations and restaurants, and energy use is especially related to transportation and especially air transportation. If you look at the right side, then you see a series or where you can see the development of the value added of tourism to the total economy, and you see the greenhouse gas emissions developing for the tourism industry. From 2012, you see that until 2012, it goes quite nice together, but after that, the greenhouse gas emissions are a little bit less. So then you can say maybe that's because of the eco-efficiency of transportation. But what happened here, in fact, was that there was a change in the structure between the different activities. Because, for example, in the Netherlands, Booking.com started, and Booking.com had quite a great impact on our figures on the production of tourism. So, and it's of course it's clear that like Booking doesn't produce so much green gas emissions as air transport. And then finally, some challenges we have for this project is that we like to have an international agreed conceptual framework. Also said already by Mark is that it's quite important to that you only make these indicators which are useful for policy needs. You are quite eager often to take all the indicators and make all the indicators, but then if you give them to policymakers, sometimes they only use a few of them. So then it's better only to make this few and not all of them. I said in the Netherlands, there is the need for regional results. So we are looking at that a little bit. We have structure. We also have a lack of structural funding. So we only did one pilot in the period for 2010 to 2015. We should have. It would be nice to have a look at this consumption approach. It would be nice to have indicators by activity. We have them, but the national account is not eager to publish them because they say they are not totally reliable. And there's also inside this environmental accounts is the ecosystem accounting. That means that you look at habitats or you look at landscapes, where you try to look at what are in these landscapes, what their condition are, what the development of these assets are, and how this is changing over time. And I thought maybe you could use that also if you look at the cultural heritage in cities. But when I suggested that, they were not very enthusiastic in the environmental accounts. And finally, we have also a totally different approach, and that is looking at the greenhouse gas emissions by Dutch visitors. There we look at where they travel to, how far they travel, which kind of transport they're using, what kind of accommodation they stay. And in that case, you can get averages for certain types of holidays or trips, but also for Dutch visitors who go outside our country. I think that's all I have to say at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nico, for presenting the statistics framework for the Netherlands. And I'd like to turn over the floor to Mr. Carl once again to facilitate our Q&A for session 3.
Hi there. Yep, back again. So the last few minutes here of the workshop, which has been really great. So thank you to Mark and thank you to Nico as well for really giving us a fair bit of detail about what can be possible, both in two quite different sort of contexts in the Netherlands and in the Pacific. So we've got an interesting question that I think I might start you off with, both. And it came up, I think, in the context of Mark's presentation, but I think it's equally relevant in terms of Nico's comment about whether or not the indicators that we're talking about here are the same for all countries, or whether they should be the same for all countries, and how we might think about that question of comparability. So maybe I'll give you Nico, I'll give you a chance to catch your breath a little bit. I'll go to Mark first. And then come to you.
Yeah, I think it probably varies across the themes, I suppose. That's one thing thinking across. The economic data indicators are probably reasonably similar across the different themes. But I think once you get into the social part particularly, I think it can vary very differently across the different countries. And even sort of in regards to the environment, impact. So waste, I talked about before, had sort of a big impact on the Pacific because there are a lot of islands and they have they have an issue with waste as it is, let alone with the tourists coming in as well. It just sort of increases the pressure on the environment in regards to that. Whereas other countries, things around waste may not be an issue as well. So I think it certainly will vary from country to country. Places in the Pacific, of course, as I said, there's a number of different countries. They'll have different issues. So really, I think countries need to pick the indicators that really will respond to the policy needs that they need, and that may vary a little bit across the countries. Certainly, in terms of the environment, certainly in regard to social, they could be quite different issues. But maybe in the economic sense, a lot of them will be sort of fairly aligned.
Nico, your reflections on this sort of comparability and maybe particularly in the European context about whether there's some sort of push towards, which is known for its standardization. To what extent is there some sort of push for this sort of more common approach around indicators in tourism?
If I give you an answer on your last question first, I think there is a push for, of course, in Europe to have more standardized indicators. But I think this discussion is still about which indicators. So, of course, everybody talks about economic, environmental, and social indicators. But I think Europe is not that far that we already have clear what kind of indicators should be standardized. And that also relates to what I more want to say. I think it's important international to have a look which indicators can use for everybody, so all the countries, and which indicators are specifically more for a specific country. If you look, for example, at the pressure on the inhabitants in the living environment, also here in the Netherlands, for us we don't want to develop indicators as such from a national standpoint. We want to develop a method, but what my feeling is, what does it say if you have a figure on the national amount that 80% of the Dutch likes, I say, for example, likes tourism. If I going to ask some people in Amsterdam, they will say they don't like it. So especially this is more on a regional level. The method can be on a national level, but the implementation is purely on a regional level, and that accounts maybe for more of these indicators. So you have to make a division, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, go Mark.
Sorry, I was just going to add, I suppose that sort of really gets down to having an initial core set of indicators, and then indicators a wider range of indicators depending on the country, depending on the situation. So I suppose that sort of would seem to be what would be the best solution to that issue.
Yeah,
sorry,
yes,
but again, it would be nice. You have the score. I totally agree. But the other indicators, it's still internationally good to have a similar method. So if you want to use it, okay, this is at least a method you can use. That would also be good. But for me, that's only the second step.
Yeah. No, I think there's that point about being able to select your different themes. But I think one of the problems in sustainability indicators, not just in tourism, but generally has been that everyone agrees on the types of themes to some extent, but then chooses different indicators or methods within the theme. So I think one of the ambitions around MST has been to say, choose the themes that are important to you, but once you've chosen one, try and use these methods and definitions and concepts. So yeah, there's quite a lot to unpick there, but that's good. The next, the question that I wanted to raise then with both of you, and I think both of you, well, I think particularly Nico pointed to this, but it might be interesting, I think, to have a little bit of a focus on data, and given that both of you I know are statisticians and come from that official statistics sort of perspective, what do you see as the biggest opportunities in the data space to support this sort of tourism indicator space, particularly working at this sort of subnational level and going beyond how, I guess, the traditional statistics approach of running some surveys? Where are those sort of opportunities, and what might be best? What might the countries on the call best sort of investigate and see what's out there?
You want to start, Mark?
Okay. Well, yeah, I think there's probably a few areas. No, there's a few areas here. So one around, I think, we mentioned changes in land cover. There's, internationally, there's a lot of information on satellite imagery that's collected fairly frequently, and I think that sort of information would give a lot of, would give people data on, developments, changes in land use, things like that. So I think that's sort of a really good one. I think there's probably some underutilized areas. One around in the taxation system. Most countries really have a GST or a VAT or some sort of value-added tax. The taxation system for these countries has a lot of information on sales, broken down by quite fine industry breakdown. So I think that sometimes isn't utilised as much as it has. And also even things down to business registers, which give a lot of information around business demographics. They can be utilised probably more so than they have been. A lot of people run, a lot of agencies sort of feel all the information comes from surveys, and it doesn't really have to. And I think when we're talking about water use and energy use, there's a lot of billing information from those utilities that can be used to sort of extract information for some of these areas around environmental as well. I think I might want to add something to that.
Yeah.
If I look at it, we are quite lucky because we have a good statistical systems, so we have a lot of data available. First of all, I think also a lot of data is not used. I already mentioned the supply side of tourism, the businesses. In fact, we have all the data available in our databases, but they are not used. That also accounts, and I think Mark already mentioned that. I think that it's important that also registers, beside surveys, registers are used. That they are a long time there, but they're not used fully. So still, if I look at tourism statistics indicators or other statistics, you see they're not fully used. Then you have this issue of big data, and I'm not against big data. I'm a fan of big data, but we are busy from 2012 with big data. And in fact, I didn't see, maybe a handful of statistics are really based on big data. So they're some way useful, but it seems really difficult to get to exploit these kind of data sources. So that makes me sometimes a little bit sad. That not only has to do with the methodology or the databases itself, but what you often see, at least in the Netherlands, you get money to do one pilot, and then usually the outcome is, yeah, it has potential, but we have to do more research, and then this money will not come for these researchers. So there's no vision in this thing. So I think they can be used, but the high expectations are somewhat of a danger for the data users. They think they can get all the big data, but that is certainly at the moment that is not the case. The last thing I want to say is that it's, yeah, in the Netherlands, in the ministry at least, we have people who think you can do everything with big data, but I think we still, at the end, we still have to use surveys, but it would already be good if we better exploit the registers as well.
Yeah, just to add to your comment about the registers, I totally agree with the business registers. With the demographic data it has, it quite often has information about number of people employed, their turnover. You know, there's a lot of information there that can be pulled out to give a real good picture, say, of the accommodation industry or different aspects of the tourism industry. And I've sort of found that it really, while it gets used a lot for its purpose, which a lot of times is a taxation purpose, it probably doesn't get used as much to profile sort of different sectors of businesses, particularly in regards to tourism.
It also depends on the statisticians. The culture they have is, at least in the Netherlands, I cannot speak about others, but at least they like to stick often in what they are doing. And yeah, often we have no time to go and look at the other sources which are available. And then this is a pity. But I already tried to promote in our office to say, okay, we should have more time to look at other sources and try to combine them. But it's difficult. You get a certain amount of money and that's it.
Yeah. Well, maybe Jem, are we sort of wrapping up here now? Is that the idea?
Yes, we are about to wrap up, Mr. Carl, but go ahead.
No, so I might just make a final then observation to close things off, because I think it's been very helpful, and hopefully it's been helpful for useful for the participants to get a few insights into what might be possible. The observation that I wanted to make is that I think there's sometimes a view that in order to measure sustainability, you need to do something that's very difficult. Technically it's very sophisticated, or there's a lot of modeling involved, or those types of things. My experience in the MST space over the last 6 years has been that, in fact, the biggest challenge is to get people talking to each other and actually looking for simple data that tells a simple story to just build up. And then gradually, as you build up a richer picture of the structure of the economy, the types of things in the environment, the social types of issues, then more complex questions start to be answered. Or questions emerge, and then you might want to sort of do some more sophisticated work. But I think there's potential to start with basic statistics and build up a good understanding of things across the economy, the environment, and social perspectives is very feasible and is really the starting point for a lot of this work. So I'll close off on there. I think there's some hopefully through the day you've really got some useful materials. So I'll finish this session. Thanks you to Mark. Thank you to Nico. Thank you for everyone to being a part of it. And I'll hand back to Jem. Thank you very much, Jem.
Thank you, Mr. Carl, Mr. Nico, and Mr.
Okay.
Mark. Indeed,
Thank you also.
It's a pleasure to work with you in this endeavor of the UNWTO member states and our other stakeholders. So with that, I think it's fitting for us to formally close our workshop. Definitely not the last time we're going to have this workshop, many more to come. And we'd like to thank everybody who tuned in this entire day, wherever you are, whatever time zone you're into. Thank you for tuning in and joining us. So to formally close, our workshop today is our OIC Director from the Office of Tourism Development Planning, Research and Information Management, representing the Philippine Department of Tourism, my boss, Mr. Warner Andrada. Boss Warner.
Thank you, Jem. Secretary General Surab Oli Kashbili, World Tourism Organization, Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat of the Philippine Department of Tourism, Mr. Harry Wang, Director of the Regional Department for Asia and the Pacific of the UNWTO, Ms. Jong Yung Lee, Director of the International Tourism Division, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, Republic of Korea, Ms. Alessandra Altieri, Chief of Environmental Economic Accounting Section, UN Statistics Division, our able resource person and expert in the tourism industry and statistical agencies joining us in various time zones across the world. Colleagues in the UNWTO Regional Department for Asia and the Pacific Statistics Department, participants joining us virtually from the Philippines and neighboring countries in the Asia and the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. On behalf of the Philippine Department of Tourism, our Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat, we would like to once again thank you, our partners in the World Tourism Organization, UNWTO, through the Regional Department and Asia and Pacific and Statistics Department, and the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of the Republic of Korea for generously providing assistance to the Philippines in the successful implementation of this significant initiative. We would also like to acknowledge the assistance of our colleagues and partners in developing this measuring the statistics, our partner, Philippine Statistics Authority, in activities related to measuring sustainability of the tourism in the country. Echoing the message of our secretary earlier, the essence of this workshop is to be a venue to build the technical capability of not only the Philippines, but the other UNWTO member states in Asia and the Pacific on measuring sustainable tourism through exchanges of experiences, insightful inputs of experts in the industry, and discussing breakthrough on MST. The presentation of our friends in the UNWTO Statistics Department, Jamaica, Fiji, Thailand, as well as our resource person from the Netherlands, gave us a better appreciation on the experiences of the member states in pursuing activities in line with MST. We have seen the common factor in the successful implementation of these activities is the strong support and collaboration among government bodies, industry stakeholders, and relevant international organizations. Moreover, our experts from the UNWTO, UNESCO, and the Pacific Tourism Organization were able to share with us the importance of having strong information at hand to develop necessary frameworks in tracking human impacts in the environment, thereby assisting in the crafting of policies and regulation. To this end, I believe the overall message of this workshop is that environmental preservation and sustainable tourism development is a shared responsibility of all relevant stakeholders in the public and private sector, and is a continuous task that all of us should push for. We hope that our participants across the region have learned a lot from this workshop, as much as what we have acquired in this activity. We at the Philippines look forward to a greater coordination and partnership with the UNWTO through the conduct of a national workshop for MST slated in the first quarter of 2022. Once again, thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warner, for giving the remarks on behalf of the Philippine Department of Tourism. And of course, our partner organization and our friend from the UN World Tourism Organization. I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Yoonji Tae from the Department of Asia and the Pacific of the UNWTO. Good morning, Ms. Yoonji.
Good morning. Indeed, now it's good morning. Thank you, Jem. On behalf of UNWTO, I wish to share some words of appreciation before closing for those who made this workshop possible and successful. First of all, our deepest gratitude goes to our excellent moderators and speakers, as well as the Master of Ceremony. It has been such a comprehensive and valuable time to learn from the experts. And thank you all the participants from our member states from Asia and the Pacific for your active participation and strong commitment for the development of MST. We have nearly all the member states from our region participating in this workshop. Also, special thanks goes to our guests joining from different regions and different time zones. We firmly believe that if we cannot measure, we cannot properly manage. And I hope today's learning and exchanging our experiences and expertise could help the countries develop the mechanism to properly measure the sustainability of tourism. As we were reminded today, the MST development is a living process. We encourage our members to actively engage in this effort, and we are happy to note many countries have already joined the efforts, being the pilot destinations for MST development. Last but not least, let me express our deep appreciation to our host, the Department of Tourism of the Philippines, for making this program seamless and successful. Before I close today's workshop, I wish to inform you that tomorrow's program is now postponed to late January or early February 2022, and we will share with you all the details of the follow-up capacity building activity for MST. It might be a bit too early, but I wish all Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I hope to see you all in person next year. Over to you, Jem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yoonji. And with that, we formally end our workshop today. And we sincerely thank everyone who joined us the entire day. And we look forward to seeing you soon from the Philippines. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po kayong lahat. Good day to everybody.